let me girl boss time. And I'm gonna be playing an Somnium Files. Because that game came out today. What tag do I get rid of? I'll take off backseating allowed, and I will add first playthrough. I should have done this before I started the stream, but I didn't think about it. Okay, so let me drop these links around town real quick. I have my gamer headphones on. I'm gonna launch this and hope that it does the thing. I'm gonna hope that it does, but it might not. This game came out today. It's in the the Somnium Files series. It's a series now, I guess. I did play Somnium Files pretty recently on stream, and I loved it. It was very silly, very goofy, and very fun, and I liked it a lot. I'm just gonna check that. Let's see if it put on my thing. It didn't. That's super cool, I think. Will that do it? We're setting it up. Figuring it out. I'll leave that up for a second, so stream lag is no longer real. Oh, it's working. Okay, epic. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to twitter.com. I know they asked not to stream. Spike Chunsoft asked people not to stream past like a certain point. So I'm gonna try my best. However, I'm absolutely gonna fix it on this game. So no promises. I'm almost done here, guys. Don't worry. Get there. Okay, I think I'm good now. I think I'm good. Okay. Hopefully. Quick time events, I'm bad at, so I think I may have to. I may have to, Strange Tale. 210. I didn't realize they wanted me to click. The pride flag is out.
You
told
okay,
Aces about
Ryuki?
this.
All right, let's keep going. Next question. In Indian mythology, what is the name of the half-god, half-beast spirits that imbibe sense and are known for their musical ability?
I have no idea. Sure, I'll be the tutorial. Got away. Affecting people and objects will progress the story. You can freely move the cursor of the camera. Look around, set the cursor on objects and okay. Okay, so I'm gonna have to. It's gonna be this kind of thing. Okay. Okay, I see. A door. A step ladder. Big camera. A camera. Wow. Long table. A long table. Riveting gameplay. Monitor. A monitor. That's what I'm saying. A monitor. Boss.
What? You're joking, right? What are you talking about? Just press the button already. You see
No.
that button on the table, right?
No.
Push it and you get to answer the question.
I don't know I don't know it.
In Indian mythology, what is the name of the half-god, half-beast spirits that imbibe sense and are known for their musical ability? If you know the answer, spit it out.
I don't know the answer. Why do you look like that?
Look like what?
You look like a blue mist man.
You feeling all right there, Mr. Ryuki?
No.
Ah, how about this? In Indian mythology, that imbibes. Now remember, the other teams can press it's that button right up.
It would appear that I'm on a quiz show as one of the contestants. The person asking the questions must be the host. Then why is he all blue? Maybe he's feeling down. I think that's all I have to say.
That's the answer button for the quiz.
Come on.
Why don't you press it?
Tama,
Tom.
you mean this button?
You mean this button?
Yeah. You better hurry, or the
Maybe I'll press it.
There we go. Team Popo was the quickest. And
Team Popo.
your answer is
Oh, Saturn. No. Saturn. Date.
Sorry, Satyr is incorrect. The answer is Gandharva. Team Popo gets a 100,000
No.
yen.
That's coming out of your paycheck, Ryuki.
What?
Okay, let's keep going then, shall we? Next question. Are you familiar with the new Cyclops serial killings?
What?
No, not you, Mr. Ryuki.
This question is for that person on the other side.
Who was that?
Yes.
Yes.
You think so? Seems like a normal quiz to me. The questions in this quiz aren't aimed at you, Ryuki. They're for you. On the other side.
I don't understand what you're saying.
This is the face-to-face special. Have you?
Yeah.
Hurry now,
Yo.
your answer, please.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm bored. And although I have
Oh, and
plenty of
Team
things
Popo
to do,
presses the button. You must
I'm
be ready.
deciding not to do them
But
right
before
now.
you do,
Here, wait. Me just take all.
I want you to take this question very seriously. The new Cyclops serial killings. The incident in which many victims got their eye gouged out with murder.
Okay, I'm good.
Are you or are you not familiar with it?
This will return if we can dig into the details of that incident in the coming 6 days.
In other words, we're asking if we can give you spoilers for the first game.
Oh.
But don't worry. Even if you don't know anything about it, it won't affect how you progress through this game.
The Cyclops serial killers and what you're about to experience, they have nothing to do with each other. Promise.
So please, just tell me, are you familiar with the new Cyclops serial killing? Are you sure? Don't be lying now. Let's give you
I'm
a simple
sure.
test. Just the one who resolved the new Cyclops serial killings was Kaname Date of Abyss. On the final day of that investigation, someone was shot in the leg by the culprit. Who was that?
Mizuki
someone?
Okir.
No need to give me their last name, first name only.
what you doing?
I'm playing Nirvana Initiative.
Nice.
Oh, not bad. You're correct. But you could have just gotten lucky. How about we go for
I wish there was a
one
way
more
to share
round?
my screen while showing.
Who
sound?
is the true culprit of the new
It
Cyclops
does not let me do
serial
that on
killer?
Discord. Like, at
Answer
all.
with just the first name again, please. Let's have it.
What was his name? Sojima? What?
Are you kidding me? Are you sure you really? Well,
I
even
know.
if you didn't, there's nothing.
It has no effect on how
It won't spoil the fun either.
I know about the game.
Oh, did you hear that? That means the next question will be... Are you ready? A precognitive dream is a dream that lets you see the future. But these precognitive dreams, are they really, truly real?
He did the old splitteroo.
It can't be.
Oh, boss, better not.
What's wrong? Are you okay?
Pah!
How do you spell available?
What?
How do you spell available?
I have no idea.
It's a word. Never figured it out, I think. Do you spell it this way? It's not right. That looks right. Grammarly says it's right. No, they said it's wrong. Okay.
Mizuki. Yes.
Be careful, Mizuki. I've detected a biological response. 3 o'clock, distance of 315 feet, in the middle row of seats.
Shit. Oh, she is so cool.
Iva, zoom in. Night vision mode.
Roger that.
Case I did not see you in the chat. So it is split in 6 years ago and for now. Okay. Actually, how do I... Eyeballs obtained. Every 20 minutes, eyeballies will ask me a question. The more I answer, the more they grow. Oh, it's Tamagotchi! Can you answer my question so I can get more... How was I born into this world? Shut up! Hooey. You're gaming? Let's go.
Yeah.
Think
Are you watching?
What?
You talking to me?
No, I'm streaming.
Oh, okay, because I'm watching the trailer.
Who followed me? Someone followed me.
Where's your stream?
Thank you for the follow,
Are you on
TL
Twitch?
Paint. Yeah, it's on Twitch. It's Reddit Man. I put a link in promo corner. It was your mom? And Tanya followed me? Let's go.
Melissa keeps using the your mom joke.
What?
Melissa keeps using a
Use
your
the
mom
X-ray
joke every
nest.
time I say anything
Understood.
remotely, like,
Yeah.
related. It's strange.
Found
Me
you.
too.
Who is that?
Identity unknown. Judging from their figure, they appear to be female.
Ah, so she's jealous, huh? I bet that's it.
Jealous.
Why else would another girl target me?
You can't think of any other reason?
Well, sure, but I'm really cute, you know?
This is Persona
True.
That's why other girls don't like
What?
me much.
I'm
Is
fairly
Persona
certain
5?
it has more to do with
No,
your
this
personality.
is AI the Somnium Files. It is by Spike Chunsoft.
Mizuki, load Evolver with a stun grenade round. You should be able to knock your opponent unconscious by detonating it near them.
Got it.
Yo, this music goes hard.
Is this the second one?
Yeah, it came out today. It took 7 hours to download.
I saw that it was coming out soon. I didn't realize it was today. I'm so excited
Pull
for
the
you.
trigger.
I meant to stream at 1. It spent a lot downloading.
Oh no, I hate that.
Yes, that's okay though. Oh, these quick time events are way better than the last one.
What's
Are they?
with the skull?
Are they still like quick time events, or are they like kind of the fun kind? Or are they the kind where you like them because they're different and then you're gonna hate them by the end of the game?
I'm probably gonna hit them by the end of the game. Like, I'm still in the tutorial, but like,
Detecting
okay.
the target's footsteps.
so they're probably
They
easier
seem
than
to be heading toward
they
the
will
stadium
be.
exit.
But
Yeah.
Can't let them get away.
Mizuki, wait. Even
It
you
is
won't be
how
able to
it
catch up to them.
is. Am I right or am
More
I
importantly-
right?
ooh. There is half a corpse over there.
Yeah.
There's something there.
Is that Date?
Yes.
No, that's not Date. That can't be Date. Is your mom watching me
know-
right now?
No. Okay. So, what happened is I have my mom's account right now, like open
You recognize
on her
him?
computer because I was doing something on 2
Yeah.
computers.
I'm sure.
And then I saw you were streaming, and then I realized I was like, oh shit, I can just follow Jamie. So now my mom follows 2 streamers. That's me and you.
What the fuck is that?
And you know what's gonna be really
Left
funny?
Half of his body.
She gets a notification on her phone every time I stream. So she's now going
His
to get a
name is
notification on her phone every time you stream too, and she's not
remember
gonna
clearly.
understand it.
Jin
6 years
Fury.
ago. At Studio
Though my
Dance,
mom met you, right?
The
Yeah. Very briefly,
I'm
but she
alive.
met me.
right half of his
Yeah.
body.
Because it was outside our house.
Yes.
Right, because we were both leaving at the same time. Okay,
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah. My mom met Gabe too.
No way.
Yeah, so for her birthday,
what's
I
wrong?
fucking like
yourself
totally
together.
forgot to get her anything. This year for birthdays, I did a really bad job. Even though I'm usually amazing
Don't tell me you were asleep.
and on time.
Who falls asleep in the middle of a live
So I asked Gabe to go pick up her favorite candy and stuff.
Not the laugh
From,
track. Sorry.
No worries. What the hell is this?
The boss is here.
Is that Boss?
Yeah, that's Boss.
Ryuki.
Whoa!
Oh, my favorite characters are here.
Boss, have you been getting
Oh,
any
my
vacation
favorite
time?
characters. Well, I mean, one of my 2 favorite characters are here right now.
I'm
We're
sure the
missing one.
receptionist will be in this
That is
game.
not true.
We're missing one person with 2 very important assets to the team. You know, sometimes I wonder, am I an asshole or am I being funny?
Yeah.
And I really hope it's the former most of the time.
The former?
Yeah, the former, the first one. Am I
Okay.
being funny? Oh wait, no.
Next question.
What did I say first? Did I say asshole or
You said
or
asshole
funny first?
first.
Oh no, I really hope it's the latter. Oh god. You know, sometimes I think I'm being funny, but I wish I wasn't.
Usually, for me,
What the?
I teeter on that, like, very
What are
edge
you
of
standing
both.
around for? Get the light.
Oh my
Get
god,
the
my
lights.
but old.
I'm sure you're funny and not an asshole, Astrowave.
Not a QR code.
Absolutely sure of it. Unless you're not watching the stream, then that's illegal. Everyone has to be watching the stream. It's actually a new law.
Oh, Irish going through it.
Well, I mean, this guy's like cut in half, and then you have really old-looking Minecraft Steve holding it.
Yeah, that was. I was gonna comment on that, but I was talking about someone else's boobs for a second, so I was taking a little bit.
Yeah, I said something, and I was like, "Oh, Minecraft head."
Yeah. Maybe I don't stream. Maybe I just watch yours.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Hi,
Let me
boss.
at least edit the stream info.
Why are you
So I don't
here?
have to do it later.
Why? What is it?
Why does he look like?
I was just wondering if he contacted you or anything.
I would have let you know right away if he did.
Why is it? Why is
Dante was
he
caught
in?
that explosion 6 years ago.
And has been missing ever since. Dante's body was never recovered from the scene.
Why is he cut in half? Is he like 7?
We don't know that yet.
I am
Yeah, he
positive
could
it
just
would
be
take more
like
than
no
that to
clipping.
kill Kaname Date.
True.
I am certain he's at the Hot Springs district in Atami or someplace, spending his time in leisure.
If he is, I'd go down there and drown him in that boiling water.
Positive it would take more than that to kill Kaname Date.
Because the way that the Somnium Files ended was, that's not Date, that is, what's his name, Seta Sojima. So it's not him. They had like this whole thing where everyone was like swapping brains. And so he had to have that guy explode. But Mizuki was there when it happened. Like, she witnessed it. Like, she witnessed everything. So I don't know how the epilogue applies to this. I don't know how canon the epilogue is for this, or if we're in like some weird alternate.
Right, but that's why I'm asking.
I'm gonna
Isn't
be
it a bit
honest.
weird for you to be
I'm
a crime
reading
scene
like the
person?
trivia, the IBA's trivia thing at the
I saw
top.
it too.
I am so much more confused after reading that than before. Gonna be honest.
At Studio Devita.
Is Iba now part of
The
Mizuki?
HP case is still
Yes.
open, even after all this time.
Okay.
And Tama is
Reputation of the
the
whole
Iba
department
for
hangs on
the
this
other
case.
person we can play as, Ryuki.
By HB case.
Okay.
It's
She
basically
was
I don't
Iba,
like
but
Ryuki.
with
body
large.
serial killings.
Are you
So
still
named because the
19?
victims' bodies
Yeah.
were cut in two.
Get older.
The culprit
Working
is
on
known
it.
as
Yo,
Terror.
bro, age. What the hell are
Her
you doing?
identity is
Give me a
unknown.
few months.
6
I
years
get
have
21.
passed since Terror first
I have
moved
not
You're
been paying
21?
attention to what they're saying.
Drink a beer.
Yeah.
The piss beer. The piss water.
I don't want to.
Yeah. Or you can drink hard
Do it,
cider, which
do it,
tastes like
do it.
apples and pee.
I don't want to drink pee.
Guys, stop it! I don't want to drink pee.
I
just wanna play AI Insomnium Files.
I just want to play
I just
Nirvana
want to play
Initiative.
Nirvana Initiative, please. I don't want to drink pee.
You can't say you don't want to drink it if you've never had it.
I
don't
you
know
know,
what it tastes
okay. Usually, okay. I'm gonna be honest. Usually, I say that. When it comes to pee, I'm gonna say hard no. Hard no. You can say I don't want to drink it before you do.
Of course.
I think pee is gonna be the exception to that rule.
I'm
Gonna be
combining my
honest.
beverages on stream. It's the
still a
same
student
drink,
affected by
except they
harm.
were in 2 cups.
But I barely even go
Whoa,
They're in
cups.
one
now.
cup
Graduate in a
now.
month. I hardly have any classes left.
You know what they say
Point
about
is, you're
cups?
still a student.
Then why did you let me join Abyss?
They hold your beverage.
Because I thought
True.
you had potential as a singer.
True.
I assume your gargantuan strength and combat ability. will
I don't even know if I
factor
want to
as
stream because I feel like I'm gonna be either really good tonight or really bad at the video game because I'm just gonna do fucking Neon White again because of the hot lady. Hey, quick question for you, Astro Wave. Let's say I bought a body pillow, but I bought it for content purposes. How would you like lose respect for me or
basically
gain
still
respect?
You've only been training for about a month. It's way too early to put you in the field.
I would say probably gain respect because you're putting money into what you do,
Please, boss.
and that's dedication.
I have to.
Yeah. Okay. See, Jamie, you hear that?
Can you not
I didn't
called
say I would
dedication.
I didn't say I would lose respect for you. I would just make fun of you for it.
That's Okay, but still, that's like part of it. That's all part of it.
You just don't want to be made fun of for. You just
I
don't
don't
want your
people
actions have
laughing at me for my
consequences.
No, I don't. I really don't. I don't know why they always have to.
Anything dangerous or illegal.
Why
no
do
matter
Why do
what.
my actions always have to have
Yeah,
consequences?
I
That's like
swear,
really
I
fucked up
swear.
of you
And one
to
more
impose that on me.
thing. I am your
Hey,
superior.
I'm a person
You should address me with
who
a little more
spends
respect.
money
10
on
for
like Sims free play and a bunch of old games that I don't need to be spending money on.
and I read
but
you loud and clear.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what Sims free play is.
it's this.
It's like The
basically
Sims,
Sims.
But
It's something for like mobile, and
Oh, okay. Kind of like
I'm
Animal Crossing
spending,
mobile.
like,
I don't even have to ask about
doing
you.
like the microtransactions. Like it's
Mizuki
exactly what
Okura,
EA wants me to
18
do.
years old.
That's
A
true.
high
I have no
school
rec-
secular
I have
high.
no
The all-girls
qualms
school,
against
right?
it,
Ah,
and I know I
but
should feel
Okura
bad,
is your former
but
name.
I don't.
You've been adopted
That's fine.
by
I mean, if you
Dante,
enjoy the
if
game,
I
go for it. I don't
remember
care.
correctly. You
Maybe
were
I
at the
do care.
studio
I don't know.
when
You
the
are
other
giving
half of
EA
the corpse
money.
was found.
That is
Yeah,
cringe.
So I take it you were there too?
That's the thing.
Yeah. Back then, I was on the investigation team.
Also, who
Though
are you? Have
were
we met
12
before, or
at the
hard
time,
no?
So I can't blame you
Probably
for
not.
me.
What's your least
I
favorite
heard
color?
You
Quick
became
question.
a special agent at Abyss.
Orange.
That boss lady got her claws in there.
Ooh.
This little girl gets hired as an
Is that your
investigator.
favorite color?
I wouldn't say it's
Guess
my
they'll take
favorite,
anyone
but I
who's
do
good.
wear a very prominent
Time
orange
should
hoodie most of the time.
vouch.
I don't care if
This is
you
a
wear orange. I
particularly
just
special
don't like orange
organization.
as a color on me.
Mizuki was hired via what
Okay,
might be referred
alright.
to
You're
as
kind of saving yourself. You're
extra-legal
saving yourself.
measures.
Yeah,
I-
my high school's colors were black and orange, like Halloween.
That's awesome.
It's a
That's
very
so
party
cool.
awesome.
You really don't know.
Well, actually, no,
Detective
never mind. Jamie
Kushida,
streaming. Don't dox
Special
yourself.
Investigations Office, MPD.
But that sounds awesome.
I
I would say it
You're the
might
one
be,
who
but at the
discovered
same
the
time, there are
Light.
lots of
You were
colors that are
also
black
at
and
the studio
orange.
6 years ago when the other
Yeah,
half
like
was found.
pumpkins and jack-o'-lanterns,
Quite
like
a
my hoodie.
coincidence,
Yeah,
don't you think?
so
What are you
So
trying to
it's fine.
say?
You just hate what I wear. I get it. I understand.
no, I'm
Why
not saying I
did you-
hate what
I got
you
it.
Yeah,
wear.
you just
Yeah,
hate
you just think
Ace.
I,
I
yeah,
I
you
just don't
hate
like
me. It's
color
fine. I
as
get it.
orange is like
That could
something
only be
that I
referring
would
to the
wear.
case 6 years
Yeah,
ago,
and you
right?
think that
I had
anyone
a
that would
roommate
wear it
who's
would be
sure
awful and
killed.
terrible. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Don't worry.
yeah, because like I have a roommate who's like
So that's
had
why
a
I came.
whole sweatshirt that looks like a one of those like traffic vests,
Haven't found anything.
and I
yet.
wanted
That's
to,
funny though.
Well,
like,
there is something
throw
I
it
didn't
out.
find that's particularly interesting.
but you know it's not mine. So what am I gonna do?
That's true.
You
Can
didn't
make
notice.
calls
Look at
and
the field.
send and
You'll see what I
receive
mean.
messages on Nile. Mizuki says, I don't want you to know about my private life. If I leave my eyes closed, you won't be able to see it, right, Iba? Which is why she still carries her smartphone around.
This feels like a reading comprehension class.
I was reading the scrolling text on top as it was showing
Oh,
up.
you were. Okay, I see it now.
Yeah. I have not been paying attention to what they're saying. There's too many things happening.
That's fine. Who cares?
I care, because it's a mystery game.
That's true. It is a mystery.
I'm
You are legally
I'm
required
missing
to pay
information from the investigation.
I'm so sorry. I've been distracting.
It's okay. I invited you all here today.
Yeah.
I want to clip that. I feel like I'm in a reading comprehension class.
I'll clip.
My
I'll clip,
elementary school
buddy.
year.
Don't pause your stream so you can clip something. I'll get it.
Okay. It might be too late now. That's okay.
Included with Game Pass, Java, and Bedrock were by.
Oh,
Yes, I
that
did.
was Iba's
Is it
trivia.
Is it possible to like, migrate your Minecraft accounts from Java and Bedrock and stuff? Or do I have to? There was Oh, you can do 3.
So there is something I didn't find that's particularly interesting. He didn't find? What? He said to check the field, but...
It's snowing, but it hasn't piled up yet.
Yeah.
It's almost
Right
like they
away,
have some
Suki.
kind of
There's something
anti-weather
that's been
stuff on
bothering me.
this sport field.
What's this?
This
That's a
is the
corpse.
field before law enforcement arrived. Notice anything peculiar?
No, nothing in particular.
No blood
The
or
turf
anything.
runs a considerable distance and is wet from the snow. If someone were to step on it, they would leave a trace.
No
However-
footprints.
There aren't any footprints.
Alright, it's being
Indeed.
published. Don't worry.
Then
Thank you.
how did the body?
Nah, no problem.
Unknown. Perhaps they
Vivacious,
descended from the
optimistic
sky,
garbage
or rose up
Thursday?
from the ground,
Is that the last word?
or
Garbage
they
Thursday.
teleported here.
This,
Teleported.
listen, it wasn't garbage. Where do I put that promo
Teleported.
corner? Or
They
do I put that promo
despawned.
corner?
I was joking.
Where do you want me to
not
put
take
this
it
clip?
seriously.
There's a
Gamers
clip.
Eclipse where it says where it's straight
There's
where
a
it
clips
says
channel.
clip. I got it. I'm not allowed to post messages in the clips channel.
I ripped my headphones out. Use them.
Okay. Hey, Astrowave, are you allowed to post in the clips channel?
What?
Astrowave?
It should be. I
I'm
think it's
not-
just
I
everyone
don't
with the
think I have the
gamers
gamer
role.
class. I don't think I have the gamer role. Oh, I do. I'm not allowed. Whatever. I'm putting it in generic spam.
You
You
should
can
be
put
able
it
to
there.
put it in there.
Yeah, well, I should be able to do a lot of things, and I just can't.
Oh wait, here.
Putting it in generic spam.
Okay, you should be able to do it now.
Oh, I couldn't put it in there now. I'll delete the one in generic spam just
Okay.
for clarity's sake.
Okay, thank you.
No problem, buddy.
Okay. So how did the body get here? Maybe someone dropped it from the sky.
That's gotta be it.
It's gotta be it. That's why it landed perfectly on the half and stood straight up.
Yeah, that's gotta be it. There's no way.
It's gotta be it. Corpse
Would you like
body.
to check the corpse with X-ray
Corpse
mode?
face.
Yeah.
They
Corpse
call him
face
corpse
reveal?
face.
Maybe the right half of the body is buried.
Corpse on the face reveal?
You could simply flip the
Java.
body over.
I could simply flip
Doesn't
the body
corpse-
over.
I don't. wanna
Haven't we?
see that
Isn't
cut,
Corpse Hansen just like the same guy as
especially
Dream, right?
out there.
No.
In that case,
I thought that was canon.
No.
how's this?
Pretty sure that's
I see
canon.
now. That body is definitely just the left half.
Yeah, it's just
Hey.
the left half.
Astrowave, what's your opinion on Dream Minecraft?
I don't watch Dream.
I will get the
Good
more
answer,
shocking
but
facts
is it
out
good
of the way
enough?
first.
Let's check the audience.
The estimated time of death is
I'm trying to
approximately 9
download
hours
Minecraft
ago.
Java and it won't
What?
fucking
9
download.
hours ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It is currently
You know what you can do
9
about that?
o'clock, so that would mean he was
Wait,
killed
what's
around
not like
12.
downloading from the site or
Wait,
download
wait.
like installing?
Hold on.
From the site.
years
It's
ago,
not
I-
installing.
Hold that thought.
Those
There's
are two
more.
very different answers.
It's not installing from like the
As you
site.
can see, the
Okay.
body was cut
It's
in
just
two.
saying
There are
error.
no other external wounds
Oh,
on the
that's a
body.
shame.
It appears that he was sliced in half
Minecraft
while he
Java
was
Edition
still
is
alive.
cool.
Yeah,
It's the
I
best
want to,
one.
and I have a Windows 10 version, so it
As
was
for
like,
what was
oh, you
used to
can do
cut
that
him,
now.
Oh, you have
I'm
Bedrock? I'm so
but
sorry.
That cannot be determined.
What do you
Okay.
mean?
Bedrock's like super glitchy
Judging
from
by
what
the
I
cross
remember.
section, it is clear that it
It's
was not,
not
a
as
blade.
bad for my computer.
It could not
It just
be a
gets
laser or
glitchy
pressurized
when I have
water
my
either.
mouse on a certain
Homie was not
surface
killed by
that-
pressurized water.
As I said, I
Mhm.
do not know.
Homie was
The
not.
body
Homie was
Or
not
was
killed
it
by
was?
pressurized water.
That's true. It couldn't be a laser or pressurized water. I see.
Oh my god, does my Iva Tamagotchi have a new question for me? How am I feeling right now? Happy, sad, popping, or don't feel anything?
I never feel anything. I'm kind of emo like that.
I'm gonna say popping.
No, that'll give it an
Relaxy.
impish. You don't want to do that.
It gave it impish.
I was so right. I knew it.
It also gave it +1 crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going back to bed. He's going to sleep.
Yo,
What
today's
is
clown
that?
of the day is this random clown from Lupin the Third. That's insane.
I re-dyed my hair today, but you can't tell with this lighting. But it is more green than it was. Regulation line. Holographic boundary line. Doesn't that mean they can just pass it? They just walk through.
Let me think.
What else am I supposed to look at? Oh, oh. Hi, Shoddy. You jump scared me. My cat walked in. Got locked in my room, bozo. Lap time display. What am I supposed to be doing right now?
I don't know.
Inspector.
Probably solving a mystery of some sort.
What's your name?
Wow, I'm honored that you asked. My name is Kagami.
Kagami!
Kagami, huh?
Like Yagami?
It's nice to meet you, Kagami.
Whoa. There's a lot of clown art on Twitter right now.
Maybe you just
I've been
follow clowns.
No. It's outside of that. I have a normal amount of clown content on my feed, but like I'm seeing a lot of the clown girl from Ace Attorney, like a lot more recently.
Talking about like not great art or whatever.
No, it's good art. It looks great.
Kagami
fan.
was in the last game, and there was this whole ongoing bit that Date did not remember his name, and I'm so glad he's made a reappearance. And I have the option
Who's
to
made a
ask his name again. Kagami.
Kagami.
It's Kagami.
How would you know?
What's his name again?
Kagami.
Kagami.
Yeah.
What's your name again?
I told you, it's Kagami.
Oh, he opened his eyes. Kagami. I know his name already. I don't think I need to ask that again.
Yeah.
I think I know his name already. I probably don't need to ask. His name was, what was it again?
Hey, what's your name again? Hey! Hello? I know you can hear me, Kagami.
I love this game.
I've finished gathering DNA samples. It's being sent to forensics now. I'm sure the results will be out shortly. Of course, ma'am. It's Jin Furroway. I don't think there's anyone in our generation who wouldn't recognize him. He was famous until he passed away. Well, even after he died.
And 6 years ago, I was part of that
He said
investigation,
ma'am,
too.
and it like triggered something
Were
in
you
me.
at the studio by any chance?
You don't remember? We did talk for a bit.
It was 6 years ago.
Sorry, don't remember. You don't leave much of an impression. In a good way.
In a good way? Abyss is a high-level organization in the police department. You do technically outrank me, ma'am.
Huh. Really? But you don't need to worry about the formalities with me.
Yeah, I have blue hair
For
and
real?
pronouns.
I can be casual with you?
Do you want to get your ass kicked?
Sorry. Sorry, ma'am.
Got that
Who sent the
Nile
message?
message.
I don't know. It was sent from an account that signed up with a fake name. Someone must have wanted me to discover the body.
No way.
Someone.
Maybe the culprit.
Why would the
Maybe the
culprit do that
culprit.
to you?
don't know.
There is one more thing we don't know. The masked woman who shot at us earlier. Who could this person of interest be? And why did she try to kill you?
Tama from the girl boss. It was receptionist. What else can I do? Corpse body. His bones are still there.
There is hardly any blood left in the body.
Blood
It
boost.
could be speculated that the corpse was left with the cut section facing the ground. However, there are no traces of any blood flow on the ground. Therefore, it is clear that he was murdered at some other location.
An evidence marker. Marker? Lead nowhere.
Nah. The lining has eating wires in it, so I'm warm. Oh, thank you for the concern, though. Weird, though, isn't it? He got killed 6 years ago, but the body shows up now?
Probably was just keeping it in storage.
No. I just started investigating, really.
What else can I do? You keep saying there's new stuff here, but it's stuff I already know. What was that? I saw green for a second. Who's this guy? I swear to God, I saw something green. I know that color when I see it. What am I missing? Large monitor. Oh. What am I supposed to be doing? The corpse face was a different thing?
Definitely.
Yeah. The same face we saw 6 years ago at Studio Divita.
Pray to free.
Jin was a young industrialist. He was quite famous and often made media appearances. This cannot possibly be a stranger who happens to look like him.
Six years ago, Jin Furway's body was discovered in Studio Divita. And now, his left half was found here at the stadium. And yet his time of death is 12 o'clock today, which means that half his body was alive very recently. What the hell is going on?
What the hell is
My brain
going
is doing
on here?
cartwheels trying to figure this out.
What the heck is going on here? Hi,
Aiba?
Iba. Hi, Ba.
Hold on, did Iba just appear?
Yeah, she just spawned in.
Wait, let me put my earphones in.
Can you hear me, boss?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Sorry for the delayed introduction, but I am Iba. I'm an artificial intelligence called an eyeball. I'm a high-tech AI eyeball and also Mizuki's partner. I'm usually placed in Mizuki's left eye socket, but I can also appear in her vision. This image is sent directly to Mizuki's brain via her nervous system. That unfortunately means that only Mizuki can truly appreciate my beauty. She's also the only one who can hear me. However, by using a special pair of earphones, others can hear me but still not see me. Hey guys, welcome to reading comprehension class. What if Jin had a half brother? A twin brother, I mean. Give it up. What am I doing? I'm looking at this. Did they start streaming yet? I'll pull up their Twitch just in case. What if the body was frozen?
There are no signs of him ever having been frozen.
Dude,
That half body was definitely alive until just recently.
What if it was a time traveler?
I looked into Jin Furui's family background. Not only did he not have a twin, but there is no record of him ever having siblings.
Ace is playing video game. What if he was alive, but just the left side of him?
I mean, the heart is in the left half of the body.
I get it. You think they might have sewn the body back together.
No, there are no traces of that.
It could have
And
healed. Ace is
Were you
streaming.
two being serious? You do realize the cerebrum, brainstem, and spinal cord were completely severed in two?
Hi, Shotty.
I, of course, did consider it a possibility. But both faces match perfectly. The rest depends on the DNA results.
Hey.
I have no idea what's going on.
What the heck is
This
going on
case is
here?
definitely connected to the incident 6 years ago.
Which means the half-body case isn't over yet.
6 years ago, I was 12. I obviously wasn't at risk then. I wasn't part of the investigation at all. I didn't know much about the case. I did some of the investigation. I did see some of the investigation documents, but the information there wasn't much better than the information on the internet, so I couldn't get a full picture.
Hey, Iba. How much do you know about the HB serial killings?
As you know, my knowledge of the case is about the same as yours. Due to the explosion 6 years ago, I lost all of my memories from a few days before that point. And due to poor connection, I was unable to send or retrieve any backups.
What about you, boss?
Same for me. Ryuki was the one on the case at the time. I don't know anything other than what he reported.
What about the stuff he didn't report?
I'm not a psychic. How would I know something that he didn't tell me?
Iba, where's Ryuki now?
I've determined the location from Toma's GPS. Currently, Ryuki seems to be in Golden Yokocho.
I know that place. Are we gonna see Mama? Once you move to a different area, a map will be displayed on the bottom part of the screen. Use Map to open the map and choose a destination. What button is that? X. Hey, baby. Cube head. Sorry, my cat wants attention right now. Okay. Big monitor.
Fray to free?
Fray can mean battle, tatter, ravel, or strain. Free is self-explanatory.
To set free or release.
So the phrase could mean something like fight to set free.
Do I have to scan it? Do I have to do it? Show it again.
What's with that QR code?
The thing is, there seems to be an error in the Abyss communication
It's a
system.
YouTube video. I got an ad for TikTok.
What? Come on.
What? You got a problem with that?
No, not at all.
It's a video with lots of eyeballs. This means nothing to me. Okay. Well, I looked at that. Having issues going online.
The estimated time of death was about 40 hours ago. Today is February 10th, current time 2200, which means he died around 6 o'clock February 9th.
Yesterday morning.
There's hardly any blood left in his body. His body must have been left with his legs slightly raised and the cut side facing the ground. Blood naturally flowed out as a result. The identity of the deceased has been confirmed through facial recognition. Jin Furroway, 29 years old, the CEO of Music Food Co. Ltd. He's also an executive at several IT firms, consultation companies, investment firms, and advertising agencies. His columns and essays are featured in various magazines and online media. He's quite a successful author.
Miss Tama's room. Experienced AI will give me advice.
Worried about relationships?
I'm not human.
Worried about money?
I want this much, yeah.
What did you say? You don't really have worries, do you?
Worried about having no worries.
What did you say?
So I'm worried about having no worries.
Worries? Why did you come here?
What did you
I can
say?
understand so much that it's problematic.
True.
I'm bored too. Wanna play tic-tac-toe?
Oh my god, okay.
It's 4 square tic-tac-toe.
4?
I go first. Your turn.
Hey. No matter where she goes, she wins.
My turn.
Fuck.
Yes, I won!
Mr. Dante really is a great investigator, don't you think?
Mr. Date really is a great
Oh,
investigator.
he said it.
Don't you think?
He said it for me.
Yeah, his skill as an investigator is quite impressive. Just like his package.
Hot dog fit. Hot dog fit.
I'll dress up the way you like. This makes me feel like summer is coming to an end. Come, I will be your opponent. This white part, you can paint it whatever color you want.
Yeah!
Boss was working while wearing this. She's starting to lose it.
I love this one.
This is the face I make when Ryuki blows his nose with a 10,000 yen note. This is how the 4 of them reacted when they found out Abyss is getting a finished sauna.
Incredible drip.
This is
Tremendous drip and pizzazz.
this. Come. This. Earlier, Boss was working while wearing this. She's starting to lose it.
Wait, no, I wanted the hot dog. Oh.
Earlier, Boss was working while wearing this. She's starting to lose it.
I love how her arms just click in. That's so funny.
Shark movies aren't really horror. Yeah, looks good. It's a mask that makes you want to run a death game for 9 people.
No way. Is that a Zero Escape reference?
Shark movies aren't really horror. They're basically their own genre.
Finally, a good drip. Give me life advice.
Worried about money?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Talking about how to use assets? You're messing around, right?
Can you not be perverted all of a sudden?
I don't know what I said. What do you think of eyeballs? Pretty, tasty, round, scary. Round. Triangle is scary. Scary. I became a childie. Tell me more. Name Bazooki. Oh, her birthday is in a couple days. Likes Iba, Iris, Metal Pipe, Evolver MC. Dislikes raw fish, Puerto Ricans. I love that pose, but why are her fingers so far apart? Looks like likes insect spiders, crustaceans, AOF5, 5301B63F. Dislikes passing I am not a robot tests on websites. Hobbies, dancing, sympathizing with salmon. Boss. Shizue Kuranushi. 49. Anything shiny and black. Skills, finding weaknesses and exploiting them to ensure total obedience. Okay. Dislikes foxes. Hobbies, mobile games. Can use cling wrap without messing it up. Yo. Kids. I love this game. Araya Kagami. Likes ear cleaning, dandelions, afro, angel hair. Dislikes cilantro, ginkgo, people who don't memorize his name. Hobbies, train surging, extreme ironing, skills playing dead. A talented inspector, he was assigned to the case by Police HQ due to his impressive skills. He's looking for a girlfriend but addicted to dating apps. I love Kagami so much. He is like my favorite side character. I hope he has I hope he shows up again at some point. Oh, right, I was investigating murder. Her name. What is it again?
Mizuki Date, 12 years old. Her former name is Okiura, but she was adopted by my superior officer, Kaname Date. That's why I've met her a few times before.
Like the time you carried Date home on your back after he had one too many rounds.
Not canon. Where is Mr. Date?
I don't know. Not his guardian, you know.
True.
He got all giddy about taking a long vacation. He's probably at a cabaret club in Meguro right now, pouring some ponzo on that Reika chick's fat thighs.
Reika is a hostess girl Date has been eyeing. She works the hostess bar. Tiflano. Unfortunately, I've never met her. But according to Iba, she looks like a giant stone lantern or an old oil drum. Incredible. What are you doing?
What? Isn't it obvious?
Comforting your
I was
friend.
totally freaking out, so I'm helping her calm down. When are you letting me leave anyway? That other detective said you still had questions you needed to ask. So...
Do you know this guy?
Of course. Jin Furue, right? I've seen him online a bunch of times.
Big camera. What's that guy doing over there? You okay?
Does she look okay to you?
No.
I already talked to the other detective. I want to go home already.
Yeah, she shouldn't have to stay in the murder room.
Without asking. Iris Sagan. I was introduced before the show started, and...
She was involved in the new Cyclops serial killings that happened last November. You read the reports.
Yeah, so I know enough about what happened. Mr. Date was also on that case.
Oh, by the way, this case and the new Cyclops serial killings are not related, though that is just a hunch. You don't need to worry about that. Do you know this guy?
Teleportation.
Teleportation.
That body teleported here from a parallel world. But only half of his body was able to make it through.
True.
That's why he was split in half.
Jeez.
She's twembling. Hi, Mama. Who's that guy
Oh,
next
you
to
mean Shinpei?
Jinpei. Yeah, he's one of the
Shinpei
goons.
Wagai. That's his name. He was one of our members until just recently.
Was?
Yeah, he went clean. Left the life completely.
Oh, good for him.
And where is he now?
Who knows? The moment he saw the corpse, he flew out of the room, white as a sheet. He's probably puking into a toilet somewhere.
True. Why are we here?
Hey, what's going on with him? Memory problems? Brain disorder or something? You look like you're losing it a little.
I am.
No, it's nothing.
Boss was invited here by Ma, a host from Kabuki-cho. Ma told her, let's go on this online show together. It looks so fun.
It looks so
Immediately after she showed up, she was sent a Nile message that read, sorry, something came up.
Oh, that's not suspicious.
So in other words, he flaked on her.
Boss tried to go home, but the show's staff stopped her and begged her to find a replacement.
No.
So she called up her obedient underling, huh? How convenient.
Yeah, you remember now?
Remember? You never told me anything about this Ma guy.
Ah, so Tama told you. After I asked her not to.
His name is Moma Kumakura. He's a leader of the Kumakura gang, which is under the Ujisaki family.
I know. The Kumakuras are known for being peculiar, even among Yakuza. But why is their leader at a live-streamed quiz show?
Anyway, it's real fucked up. Even people in
True.
my world wouldn't kill someone so gruesomely. That bastard. Scaring Tessa like this.
True.
Whoever did this better make sure the cops get to him before I do.
True. Tessa is Iris's nickname. Iris is an internet idol who goes by ASET, but her biggest fans call her Tessa, meaning Moma is I wonder if we're gonna see Ota in this game. He's gonna be like 30 in this game, right? That's really weird to think about. Who's in charge of this case?
Well, there's no one else available, so would you mind taking care of it?
Sure.
I know this case could get dangerous. It might be too hot to assign to a rookie. But then again, you have a reliable partner with you.
I'll give you hands-on assistance for this investigation.
Oh, she got little plushies.
It's Jin Furue, no doubt about it. He was like an advisor who represented the young talent. I saw him a lot on the news online. This is so strange. Why just his right half?
Where's the other half? I hope it doesn't spawn in 6 years from now in his random stadium. Monitor. I hardly know her. Excuse me, boss. I'm trying to look at that butt. What's your name again?
I'm just an inspector. Why would you want to know my name?
We're both going after the culprit together. I'd like to get to know you.
Wow, what an honor coming from someone from Abyss. My name is Kagami.
I see. Kagami. Got it.
I love Kagami and I don't want to hurt his feelings, but...
It's Kagami!
He's so happy to tell me. K-A-G-A-M-I. My name is Kagami.
I told you, it's Kagami!
What's your name again? I already know his name. I don't need to ask again. I'm pretty sure I know his name. I probably don't need to ask. His name is, what was it again?
I'm sorry. What was your name?
Oh, come on. I'm sure you actually remember.
Oh, right. I remember now. You're Mr. Oshamambe, aren't you?
Not even close. Jin Furue? Yes, of course I know about it. I actually follow him on Twitter. He
Twitter?
cuts through all the BS of the modern world.
Because you're
He's
all...
insightful, inspiring in a way.
It's like the Jake Paul of the universe.
Well...
What? You still haven't taken DNA samples?
Easier said than done.
Oh, this
Blood
is
was
how they
drained from the
talk.
body, so we have no choice but to take samples from the organs. Wait, hey, this is no place for a kid.
Dude, she has to be here.
I mean, you're right next to the body.
So?
So? Well, you could be traumatized for life seeing something like this.
I'm fine. I've seen worse.
Anyway, you're in the way.
Fine.
Well, there you have it.
So, in other words, you don't have anything.
Corpse
Leaving the
face.
cut surprisingly clean and visible. The cut appears to have been made by something far thinner than paper.
I'm just checking
Thinner
when
than paper.
Spike Chunsoft asked
For
people
example,
not to stream past.
Something with zero thickness.
No further than the end of a
Surface.
somnium located on a
There's no
rooftop.
such-
I will try to keep that in mind.
What's more is that it doesn't seem like the connections between molecules were severed. The structure of the molecules themselves have been cut.
So this is going to be... I had to sneeze. So this is going to be a little hard to understand, so feel free to skip this if you'd like. Among scientific bonds, there is the intramolecular bond, which uses electrons to bond, and the intermolecular bond, which is bonding of molecules themselves. Intramolecular bonds are stronger than intermolecular bonds. So when something is cut in half, it is usually the intermolecular bond that is severed. However, Jin Furu's body was severed at an intramolecular bond level. That's it for the science part. Please continue to enjoy the main story. Like and subscribe for part 2.
By the way, Ryuki, there's something about the corpse's head that's been bothering me.
Yeah, why is his eye like that?
It's hard to see from here, so here's the image I took earlier.
What's this?
It's an enlarged picture of Jin's temporal region, near the back of his head.
Oh, homie got bonked on the
It's hard
noggin.
to see because of the hair in the way, but there are signs of traumatic subcutaneous hematoma.
Hematoma?
In other words, there's bruising. I think he got hit with a blunt object.
We got bonked?
Someone hit him from behind?
Probably.
No
But
way.
I don't think this is a fatal wound. There's no damage to the skull or brain itself. And as you can clearly see, his cause of death was being split in half.
Nah, I don't know if that
There
would
are
kill
no
him.
other visible wounds.
At least not for
besides
6
the head
years.
trauma. He must have been cut in two while he was alive. Wait.
What is it?
This might not be related to the case, but I just thought of something. Ryuki, would you mind moving closer to the body?
Here I am. I'm closer to the body.
He's missing one of his back teeth.
Yes.
Toothless?
The first molar of his upper jaw was completely removed from its root. Judging by the impression left in the gums, it looks like it was removed just recently.
Why do his teeth look like that? Homie has not been brushing. Why did that first molar fall out of the upper jaw? I don't think it fell out. What in the world happened yesterday at 6? How are you doing, sir?
It's all right now, because I am here. Half might.
That is not what I said.
We are full-time heroes.
That is not what I
Okay,
said.
Mr. Ryuki.
It's not what the prompt
you
said.
aren't exactly in sound of mind right now.
True. Ryuki can sometimes, oftentimes, get weird like this. He isn't doing well mentally. One of my jobs is to support him. Okay, Tama.
The big O.
Oh,
So that's a big O.
the big OP.
Whoop-de-doo.
Rush me. I'm doing the best I can.
I'm doing the
Looks
best
like
I
he's just
can.
standing there to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it true that body appeared out of nowhere?
Is it true that body
It's hard
appeared
to
out of
believe.
nowhere? It's hard to believe, but. Beep, beep. Oh my god. I gotta answer a new question. What's an effective way of training? Bench press, back press, upright row, or deadlift? I'd say bench press. I do want to get the crazy level up though. What would be a good crazy answer? Bench press would probably be... back press. No, that was brave. It's training for the deltoid Z. I don't like it because it makes my shoulders rotary. Your.
We work in the same building and you don't know my name.
Nope.
Can't blame you though. You're new. Metro PD, major crimes. Name's Ushidera.
Same as major crimes.
I already know all about you. No need to say it.
The
Kurita
formalities.
Ryuki, 23 years old. Due to your excellent marks, you skipped a few grades at an elite private university and graduated at 21. Afterward, you went through training at Police Academy for 15 months and were accepted into Abyss last summer. It's incredibly rare for anyone to get into Abyss without having stepped foot on a crime scene. Don't tell me you slept your way in with Boss.
Of course I didn't. I took the formal exam and boss acknowledged my abilities.
You mean your endurance? You're a young guy. Yeah, Boss definitely seems more into the marathons than the sprints.
What are you talking about?
Well, Ryuki, when a man and a woman love each other very much...
You don't have to explain it. I get it.
Dude.
Unfortunately, nothing yet. HQ still hasn't gotten any reports about the half-body being found. Hell, maybe it's never going to be found.
Or at least not for another 6 years or so.
What if that body crossed over time and space to get here? It's possible, right?
No?
Do I have anything to say to anyone else? Kagami. What was your name again? I forgot about Mr. Minecraft over here.
I think he introduced himself to me before the show started. His name was Andy's Kamechi, I think.
That's his stage name, of course. His real name is Yoneharu Enda.
Endo.
He's a comedian.
I'd never heard of him before. He must not be very good.
Oh, and I suppose you can do better, asshole.
Yeah.
What do you know about comedians? Listen, comedians are all doing their best so they can bring people joy. And here you are, just...
Okay, I'm sorry.
Don't tell me for more than half a year now, but I still have a hard time understanding what sets her off. I had no idea that was a sensitive subject. Where am I?
Are you still out of it, Mr. Ryuki?
Yeah, a
This is
little bit.
Studio Devaita in Minato Roppongi. It's a rental studio, mostly used for live streaming, filming, that kind of thing. Did you really not understand what you were getting into when you agreed to this?
No.
We arrived here right as the stream was about to begin. They made us sit in the contestant seat right away without telling us anything.
Well, the title of our show is right there.
Faith to Face, our special 6-hour live stream marathon, brought to you by Amabi TV.
We cut the stream, of course, but the cameras should have been running when that body appeared. I'm sure all of Japan, or even the world, tuning in on
Amabi
the internet
TV is a live
shocked
streaming
right now.
internet service for PC and I was reading that!
Ryuki, I've got a connection.
Hold on. The quiz show, Faith to Face, is one of the shows. It's a mildly popular show with everyday people as contestants.
The QR code link. It leads to a ViewCube page.
A ViewCube page?
You mean...
You mean YouTube?
Yes, the video streaming site.
Whose account does the channel belong to?
DB!
No idea. It was registered using an alias.
Okay. Open it.
What?
What?
I'm sorry. Can you please open it?
That's better.
I already saw the video. This is a video that Ryota made that sent the entire Danganronpa universe into despair.
Hope and despair all become one.
No way.
What's wrong, Ryuki?
Oh. Hey, Mizuki!
Hey. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
She was already down there. I hate it when things spontaneously combust. Team Zero escape. Ferris wheel. Is that Ferris's mom? Oh, she has cool hair. Green! Oh, oh no, that was Iris's mom. What was her name? Hitomi? God, I love the aesthetic of this game. It's so cool. So cool! Oh, are we gonna see Mama now? 404 bar.
Oh, it's Brahmin.
Ramen cherry.
Yeah, I've been here a bunch of times. Ryuki is supposed to be here?
I'm certain of it.
Okay, let's go in.
He's wiggling his head a little bit. Tommy's got one piece of lettuce, one piece of broccoli, a fourth of a fruit, 2 slices of avocado, several drinks. The menu.
It's a picture of Ganesha, the Hindu god.
I'm noticing a couple of
Ganesha is worshipped as the god of wealth, especially by merchants.
I'm noticing a couple of mentions of Hinduism. I don't know what that means, but it's come up like at least 3 times, I think. Because there was the question that had when we were in that thing before the game started. Hey, shoddy babe.
Ryuki, wake up.
Oh, he's a little flustered.
Hey, I said wake up. Oh, look, a porno mag.
Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to work on Ryuki. I suspect Date would have woken up instantly.
He would have. My former partner, Kaname Date, is a collector and lover of porno magazines. He loves porno more than anything else and revered them deeply. He often said the Big Bang happened when God opened a porno mag. But this epitome of sin is no longer with us. He has passed on. We lost a great soul. Rip? Nah, just kidding. Except the part about the porno mix. So silly. So silly.
Come on, big brother. Wake up. Wake up. If you don't hurry, you're gonna be late.
He's awake?
Nurse, pour some soy sauce on me, please.
What?
Right down the middle.
Jin Furue's other half was found. The other side of his corpse. The one we couldn't find 6 years ago.
He said I
His
sleep.
death was around 12 o'clock today. What do you think that means? Answer me, Ryuki! You were in charge of the HB case, weren't you?
Make it a side part, please.
Ugh. Just what kind of dream is he having?
How should I know?
Should we try wink syncing?
Forget
Winking?
it. It'd just be a wasted battery.
They're gone.
Where to?
I don't know. Maybe to the mirror world?
What?
Genny, being this man? Full name, Gen Ishiagane. I met him several times in the past when I was in Date's left eye socket.
Yeah, Genny is the owner of this fusion restaurant, Ramen. He runs it all by himself without hiring any help. Where could he be? Ryuki, please, tell me about 6 years ago. I want to know all about what happened back then. The HB case and the explosion are related. If I can solve the HB case, maybe I can figure out where he is.
I'll take a double shochu curry shot.
This is futile, Mizuki. Ryuki's blood alcohol level is 0.32%. He is quite intoxicated. In fairness, the reason he's like this now is because of that incident. He had psychological issues before, but the events of the case deepened his condition.
Mizuki just
As you
like
can
me,
see,
for real, for real.
He now spends his days drowning himself in alcohol.
So if we solve this case, we might be able to heal his trauma?
It's possible.
Then it's all the more reason for him to help. For his own sake, too.
Still, I doubt he would wake up even if you cut his eyelids off. What will you do?
Cry about it, I
Isn't it
guess.
obvious?
No.
I'll sync with him.
Ryuki. Yeah, you got it. Can I look around? There's so many places on the map. Tuner? Man. Metal's got a little rusty. Let me explain some things I've put on hold. First, we'll go with ABIS. It stands for Advanced Brain Investigation Squad. They are an organization created to use state-of-the-art technology to investigate the insides of the human brain. During criminal investigations, it's commonplace to talk to suspects and witness is to gather information. But some of them stay mum or have disabilities or too traumatized to speak. What should we do with these people? Go into their heads. It's like sinking. actually sink into the deepest parts of their psyche and interact with their hidden secrets. We call this sinking. The person performing this, the sinker goes into the somnium of suspects and witnesses to look for hidden hints. It is the job of Abyss to use this information to find the true culprit. Where's Boss?
Wait, you didn't see her at the stadium?
No, she was there.
Did, but she's not back yet?
Of course not. This is Boss we're talking about.
She drives really
She's
slow.
Probably at a host club in Kabukicho, licking the salt off her third tequila shot right about now. I know. I got the report. Jin Furroway's right half was found in Studio Devitas 6 years ago. The other half was found at the stadium today, correct? The corpse's estimated time of death was around 12 today. No signs of the body having been frozen. And Jin doesn't have any twins. The theory of the right and left half belonging to different people was debunked earlier, too.
What do you mean?
We got the DNA results. The DNA extracted from Jin's right half 6 years ago. The base sequence was an exact match with the left half that was found. A 100% match. They definitely belong to the same person. The right half was found 6 years ago on February 10th.
That was exactly
Today is
6 years
also
ago.
February 10th.
That's crazy.
What could it mean? Mizuki, do you really intend to sync with him?
Yeah.
Would it be a problem because he's drunk or something?
No, but what I mean is, you haven't gotten permission from Boss, have you?
No.
I understand how you feel, Mizuki. I'm sure you want to solve the HB case more than anyone. After all, you lost two very precious things due to that incident.
Your eye,
Date, of course,
and Date.
and
your eye.
your left eye. At least we didn't have to extract your eye to insert the AI ball. There was nothing left to extract.
I am glad the room was vacant. I don't do well with roommates.
Listen, you shouldn't delve too deeply into this case. I have a very bad feeling about all this.
Don't worry. Boss didn't technically give me permission to sync, but she did assign the investigation to me.
Are you sure about this?
Yeah,
There will be no turning back.
I know.
I want to look around the room first.
What
No, I want to
happened
look around the
6 years
room.
ago? Ryuki's memories may hold the answer.
Let me put on my VR headset real quick.
Mizuki, the time limit with Insomnium is 6 minutes.
Yup.
Stay there any longer, and your consciousness will be absorbed into the subject's mind.
Yup.
I got it. This isn't my first time syncing, you know.
Okay then, let's begin.
Around the spinny. I do think it's funny how they just have like loose cords on the ground, like just the wires, like they don't have like them like in anything or anything. Like if someone spills water in them, like those cords are gone, and the syncing machine is broken. God. And it shall be bathed in light. He's an ASET stan.
I've been practicing. How's my dancing?
Yeah, looking good. Wriggling around like a freshly caught shrimp.
A fluorescent shrimp.
No, not you two. I'm too cute to be a shrimp.
Homie's got no brain.
Hey, listen.
Oh.
Now's no time for a dance number. We have an investigation to handle.
True.
Ah, yes. My apologies. I felt compelled.
It was because she got bathed in light, you know. This is the investigation room.
Oh, Mizuki. Do you know your way around Somnia?
Yeah.
If you are assigned to this case, you will be sinking many times, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Would you like a refresher?
No. I know what I'm doing.
Nah, it's fine. I've synced plenty of times already.
Well, if you do run into any issues, you can always check the manual.
I like how they have the manual in the brain.
Explains syncs and Somnia comprehensively.
True.
Got it. Thanks. All right.
This desk and camera are from the interrogation room.
But there's no walls or ceiling. What am I supposed to do in a place this bare?
Sit down, I
Well,
guess.
Before anything, Somnium scan.
Activate. Homie's got some serious derealization moments. Dispel Ryuki's hallucinations and find the truth. Ryuki is trapped by hallucinations. Help him overcome them and discover the truth. Difficulty? Standard. Time reduction speed? Normal. Interaction times? Normal. Retry count? 3. Sounds good.
This layer of Ryuki's somnium appears to have 3 mental locks.
3 mental.
So I gotta unlock those, right?
Yup.
Correct. By doing so, you can travel deeper into his psyche. The truth is found in the deepest layer.
Okay, I'll start with this room first.
Right.
You got no
There isn't
choice.
much to interact with, but there must be a way to continue.
The light is clearly important. Oh my god. I gotta answer a question for her. How hard do I like my ramen? I'd say steamed. Harder than the hardest. Only those who know eat. So I can go here, or I can go, I'm assuming the mirror or the chair. Remember the case, remind them of... Well, I imagine this is the way to... Who's the most beautiful person in the world?
I know it's going to be me, but ask anyway.
Mirror.
You're
Who is the most
pixelated.
beautiful person in the world?
Your mom. Kanami Date?
No, it isn't.
Okay, I'd imagine the mirror would be the way to do B, just because he mentioned something about the mirror world, so I guess I will take a seat.
A folding chair.
Sit.
Try sitting on it.
Take a fucking seat, babes.
There. Oh.
Homie's wiggling.
Ryuki.
Oh, found him.
Mizuki, now is your chance to question him.
Date of death. Okay. Heal to his emotion. Tell me about the HP, please.
Ryuki, I am sure your mother, watching you from heaven,
Do it.
doesn't want to see you like this. Just let it all out. It will make you feel better.
This isn't working. We need to
Don't make your mother cry, Ryuki. You can atone for your sins. And when we are done here, we can visit her grave. How does that sound?
I think you're enjoying this way too much.
Tell me about the HP
Ryuki,
case.
can you tell me what you know about the HB case?
Why do you keep making me remember?
You gotta process trauma, bro.
Damn it! I was so close to finally forgetting. Please. Stop!
Aiba?
Aiba fucking died.
Aiba, you okay?
Yeah, it just got really bright. What was that explosion?
The corpse.
That blue thing. Is it an eyeball?
No way. Okay.
Ryuki, do you know the culprit?
Do you?
Do you? Yeah.
What is this? Wait, it's a reverse sync. What? Ryuki's consciousness is flowing into your brain.
To know you. Aww.
Huh?
That's not a hot dog
This
suit.
is...
Mr. Date's house.
20 eyeballs. Okay, there's only the eyeball. Soup.
What is this? Soup?
Well, we never got soup with Date. Hey, Shotty. Ah, big yawn.
Do you know the culprit?
The culprit's name.
Seta Sojima. This is reminding me of... I know. That face is reminding me of, Seta Sojima. Oh, so they wanted me to put Sojima earlier.
I don't know.
Good idea.
Intrusion thwarted.
I must said, get out of my brain. Get out of my head. Somnium and Insomnium?
We've defended against Ryuki's consciousness.
Let's go.
So is everything okay?
It should be, but it is peculiar. Usually, the sinker goes into the subject's mind. But for some reason, the subject's consciousness was able to slip into your mind.
They did the old switcheroo.
But you should be fine now. We have blocked the route of intrusion. We are reconnecting to Ryuki's mind via another path.
That's good. But why did that happen?
Murder. Well, there are so many things to investigate. Killers. Not hardly knowers. Can't remember the name. But I know the name. Was that not it? Was that not the name? It was at Sojima. Right? Was it not? Did they want me to put Kaname Date? Because it wasn't. It wasn't. Was it not Santa Sojima?
This place is...
It's the cathedral.
Oh, so this is what you were talking about.
Hey,
it's like
is
a
that
little
rubble?
skull.
It appears as though the
It's
collapse
like a
was
little
halted
face.
halfway
Those are
through.
the 2 eyes, and that's the nose, and those are the teeth.
Oh, it's Ryuki.
I am a shadow.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Shadow of the true self. This is just like Persona.
Let's go.
Wait, Mizuki. You can only remain insomnia for 6 minutes, 360 seconds. For some reason or another, the passage of time in the interrogation room was... But that is not the case now.
You need me to find the info within 6 minutes, right?
While I remain still, time almost stops. But time progresses when I am in motion.
True.
That's the system that Pewter came up with, right?
Yeah.
I swear that Pewter is like a tech god. Thank you, XCon!
That's an interesting way to compliment someone.
Anyway, if you are stuck, simply stop moving and observe your surroundings.
I know what I'm doing.
Look at the map and try to get...
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. Go ahead and check that "Don't display this message again" box.
I don't have that function.
I just have Ryuki to look at. Right? Oh, wait. There isn't really anything to interact with, right?
What's this?
It's going back into my head.
We're surrounded.
The rubble turned into a hand. Ryuki's dream sure is creepy.
Somebody's got a little trauma.
Darn. We cannot get through. We
Okay,
need
I
to
can
find a way
retry.
out of here.
Well, there's 1 thing to interact with. 2 things to interact with.
A brazier.
That didn't.
It is not getting bigger or...
Blowing on it didn't make it waver.
Is this fire real?
Ryuki's dream is trapped by the shadows. The shadows are...
Mizuki, I have obtained a key.
What's that?
A key is a new function that it uses an algorithm to clarify the rules of a Somnium world or the sync...
In other words, it tells you how the dream works?
Correct.
Damn, we can do that now? Pewter's legit.
The sync system has evolved greatly.
The key can help with unlocking mental locks and
Peter
better
did a little
understanding
mining
the
off
subject.
camera.
By searching more, the key will be updated and information accumulated.
So the more I search, the more hints I get.
Key is clarification of a Somnium's rules. At the start of a sync, it is hidden, but they open as you inspect things. Keys are crucial to reach the depths of Somnia. When stuck, try checking them. In the lock info, you can find the objectives, depth, and keys. Gotcha. Okay. Seconds. Torch.
It's a torch.
It does not look real. 333. Let's inspect it.
It's a normal torch.
No way.
I can feel the heat of the fire. There is nothing different.
Should I breathe
Oh,
in
I
or
see.
out? Sorry. Okay. Raiki's dream is trapped by shadows. The shadows are always missing a single aspect. Warmth.
It's a torch.
I can breathe in or out. Breathing in takes more time than breathing out. Yeah, that checks out. Let's breathe in.
Breathe in what?
The torch, duh.
So fire.
What do you mean, duh? That wasn't an obvious answer.
I want you to extinguish it by sucking in with your nose.
I've never heard of such a thing.
You'll never know till
That's
you
very
try.
much.
Fine.
Ah! I had a feeling that wouldn't work.
Wait, what's wait. Give me a second. Where is I found it. Okay.
It's a torch.
Guess I gotta breathe out.
Wow.
I could do well as a street performer.
More light means less shadows,
I'm
though,
gonna try
right?
that at home.
Or maybe more.
Please don't.
I'm kidding. Blowing it out won't work.
So does Mizuki just live alone now? Oh my god, I'm trying Persona controls.
Mizuki, you have 5 minutes left.
Computer jump scare.
A brazier.
A brazier? I hardly know her.
It looks like a normal brazier.
Touch it.
No.
No.
Please, come on. Just the tip, please.
Okay then. Hot! Or not?
So it's fire that's not hot?
This fire must have shadow traits.
Shadow traits?
Different properties from the real world. For example, consider fire that is not hot. It is as though it is missing a property that it has in the
Not
real
the shadow
world.
fire.
These shadows are usually heavily affected by the nature of dreams.
I feel like I'm playing
So we
Persona.
might not extinguish this fire in the usual predictable fashion.
looked at everything at least once.
A brazier.
A brazier.
If this brazier is a shadow, we can't extinguish it in the normal way.
Let's try something that doesn't normally extinguish fires.
All right, suck in really hard.
I do have amazing suction.
Amazing suction.
That is
Bravo,
L.
marvelous.
Iva's not wearing her hot dog suit either. I can't believe this.
Deja vu?
Looks like the shadow traits were the key after all.
Cool.
That rubble there. Is that lower than before?
Do we have another time limit?
If we do, we cannot be wasting time. All right, let's chase after Ryuki. If you get lost, use the map.
Yeah, I know.
Can I look at that eyeball that was over there?
Oh?
Anyway. Hey.
Hey, Ryuki.
It's not my fault. Please forgive me. Forgive me. Damn it!
We're
Ryuki with a
trapped in
gun.
this space again.
But if we get rid of something with the shadow trait,
Ryuki is... he's still holding on to. And...
You have 4 minutes remaining.
okay, we got Ryuki in anguish. Ryuki with a gun. Or no, he's looking at his hand. And Ryuki with an orb. Brandy.
It's a bottle of brandy. It looks like a normal
is this Ryuki's favorite drink?
Yes. I've seen Ryuki drink this brand before.
It's got something in it, though.
Ryuki was drinking right before the sink, which is
He's just a drunkard.
I do think Ryuki has a reliance on alcohol. Though it is all mental, it is not easy to overcome such an addiction. You don't have to sympathize with him, but you should at least understand.
I see. Oh, yay! I got a timey!
You know what a timey is.
I know what it is.
It's like they use
for the most part. Timey is emit by
I
using
know what
this.
it is.
I invented it.
Yeah, you did.
Go, Pewter.
You go,
cannot
Pewter.
hold on to too many at a time.
Hold on, I gotta ask her eyeball this question first. Hit epigastrium? Hit temple? Not for amateurs, can't breathe. I'm going to sleep.
It's brandy.
Who's Brandy?
Why do you want me to puke?
I thought it might help you remember when we're...
I can try.
So?
No. Though I am starting to taste something sour.
I bet you can taste sour?
Anyway, this is pointless.
He's still holding on to his regrets. And
It's Brandy. If you say so.
Wow, that's how you're gonna drink it?
Woo! Oh, I'm feeling good. It's me, Aiba.
You okay?
Mizuki! Can you pet me?
Pet you?
Pet me! Pet me till I explode!
Aiba's bugging out.
If you don't pet me, I'm going to self-destruct. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Aiba, you're scaring me. Get a hold of yourself.
My head hurts. Stop yelling.
Jeez. I should have never told you to do that.
Ryuki is burdened by what happened in the past. Good.
An evolver is
Evolver?
floating.
I hardly know her.
It's an evolver. Standard issue for Abyss members.
Is it Ryuki's?
Unless there is a special request, all members are issued the same firearm, so we cannot tell. But there is one thing I notice.
What is it?
I do not feel any electromagnetic forces. The evolver utilizes electromagnetism, so it should be emitting electromagnetic waves.
Oh, maybe it's one of those shadow trait things.
Perhaps. It's an evolver.
Well.
Are you sure? This might have ill effects on Ryuki's mind.
It's fine.
You should take this a little more seriously. My apologies, Ryuki.
Huh. It didn't hit?
It went through.
I guess there's no point shooting Ryuki.
He's in denial. I guess we can try talking. Nope.
It's Brandy.
Okay, so I guess the only thing left is herself, right?
It's an evolver. Which method do you want to try? Inside the mouth, below the chin, or on the temple?
You don't have any second thoughts about this?
I do, but my job is to support you, Mizuki. Above all else, I believe in and obey your orders.
I see. Thanks. In that case, can you ignore my last command? What the? Aiba! Aiba!
It was a blank. My ears are ringing.
Jeez. Your nose and ears have been through a lot today, huh?
I have other holes. I'll be fine.
What were you planning on using the other holes for?
It appears obeying your command was the right thing to do. Good job, Mizuki. Well done.
Oh, yeah. Glad it worked.
Ryuki!
Damn it! Damn it! It's no use. Me dying isn't gonna fix anything!
Are these feet?
Are these feet?
I can't die yet. I'll carry this forever.
I'll be booking it.
Let's chase after Ryuki.
3 minutes left. You can do this.
Enough time? That might not be enough time. Hello? Hello? I can't get up the stairs.
This again.
But now we know what to do. We need to find the thing with shadow traits.
Yes, most likely. But it looks like we can only interact.
Dead as hell.
Hey, Ryuki.
I can't forget about what I did. I have no future.
Pet. Beat him up.
His face is pitiful, but it is a typical Ryuki.
What's a typical Ryuki?
I mean, he looks normal.
He's probably not a shadow.
True.
I can't forget about what I did.
No! Shit. That's not what I wanted to do.
His face is pitiful, but it is a typical Ryuki.
What's a
I made a mistake. Shut up. I made a oopie.
Let's chase after Ryuki.
Okay.
3 minutes left. You can do this.
I just want to get up the stairs.
This again.
But now we know what to do. We need to find the thing with...
Yes, most likely. But it looks like we can only interact with... Hey, Ryuki.
I can't forget about what...
Hannigan, I guess.
Boys love it when you do that. Boss told me.
But I am not very adept at pampering people.
That makes it even better.
I do not understand your logic, but if you say so. Pet, do not be so hard on yourself.
Quit being so shy. Put your heart into it.
Fine. Pet.
Stop, you're gonna pet his head off.
What do you mean that didn't work? Ryuki see? What does he see?
I'm an idiot. I'm really sorry. I have to live with this for the rest of my life.
That's his left eye. How do I change which one? Okay. I think this one might be the shadow.
He has a scrawny face, but it's a Ryuki that can be found anywhere.
Found anywhere?
There is nothing wrong with him.
So this Ryuki isn't a shadow.
So I guess we're gonna want to comfort him.
Ryuki, I do not fully understand your situation, but you cannot be so hard on yourself. Think of all the people even stupider than you. Some stupid morons cry when an elementary school kid burns their porno mags and get so upset they take a whole week off work without pay. But even those people have friends. If you can't take on the burden by yourself, rely on others. He ignored me. That hurts me more than him.
Maybe he doesn't need to be cheered up.
He's just gotta be kicked. Punted like sport ball. Okay, we have to go upstairs.
Izuki, you have less than 2 minutes
I'm
left.
working on it.
Be careful.
Ryuki.
I did nothing wrong.
Good timing. I was getting annoyed.
Oh, you seem enthusiastic about this.
Get a hold of yourself! Huh?
Didn't connect.
I did nothing.
This Ryuki doesn't have a shadow. And something's weird about how positive he is.
That must be the shadow trait.
So we should do the opposite of what he wants.
Yes, the don't encourage the psychotic breakdown plan.
Ota would probably love the praise, but this is Ryuki, the honor student we're talking about here.
Ryuki, you're doing well. Just forget it all. You did nothing wrong. No one's going to resent you. Boss and everyone else accepts you. Just rest. Take some time off. Enjoy yourself.
No, that's not. Stop! It's all my fault! Which is why I needed to do something.
All right, our plan worked.
No! No forgiveness! No mercy! Never! Never!
there's no...
What is Ryuki holding on to that's hurting him?
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hey, this police ID is...
That too.
What?
When we got the Junko treatment, the Monica treatment. Ultra Despair Girls.
That's...
I'm sorry. I didn't think this would happen.
You're gonna solve everything. Everything.
Blood.
Let's get out of here, Mizuki.
Oh, we dropped the rumble. Ladies and gentlefish, we got him. I got Ishiman. Determination. Undertale, my friends. Dispossess. Right? Key chapter 0. Oh god. Like door. Table. Chair.
I'm not leaving until you give me answers, so quit messing around. You probably weren't listening to me at Brahmin, so...
No need. Tama told me earlier, Jin Furue's other half was found, but the body was alive until noon today. You wanna know how? It's simple. Jin's left half, it flew through time from the world 6 years ago.
What are you talking about? Ryuki, I looked inside your mind.
I know. You synced with me, didn't you?
Who was that person?
That person?
The person who was reaching out to you at the end of the Somnium. Tell me, something happened 6 years ago that I don't know about. What was it?
You really wanna know?
Yeah.
Clearly.
You'd be putting yourself in danger.
I'm not afraid.
Fine. Then but I'm sure there's no need to explain what happened on February.
Yeah, I was there, at the studio.
Alright, then I'll start from the part you don't know about. The day after the incident. February 11th.
Anyone imagines. He said, ow, my eye. Why is she...
What's up, Ryuki?
Mr. Date.
Hold on, guys. I gotta check on my Tamagotchi. What martial art am I good at? None of them. Goop House.
Did you know this doll can talk, Ryuki?
He's my childhood friend.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh shit, I gotta do daily frames real quick. Give me a second. Okay.
Reminds me of you, boss.
Which part? When I see that ball, it reminds me of my boyfriend from high school.
Yeah, you seem like the type who'd be into that.
Balls.
I'm a sucker for anything shiny or black.
What about cockroaches, boss? They're shiny and black.
Okay, I'm reducing your salary.
Oh.
It's imperative that I look at every single object in the room. A ball.
Ryuki, your heart rate is increasing. Don't tell me. You're imagining a woman's bathhouse, aren't you?
Why would that part be my...
You want to hear some juicy gossip? I heard they got transferred to Lemniscate.
The Jonas Brothers?
Okay.
Good for them.
Hey, I'm your superior, you know. You should all at least pretend you're interested.
True.
I haven't been on a board in a while. I wish I could go.
I think you've fallen your ass plenty already.
True.
I remember, Mr. You like to hit that thing when you're feeling stressed out, right, boss?
Oh, no, I wouldn't do something so brutish. I just throw it against the wall.
That's even worse.
desk. Ain't nothing changed, Mike. Where? We do a little bicycling.
How
A
long
little
are you
cycling.
going to keep that here?
Until I get a new.
Then it's gonna stay there forever.
Date, I'm assigning you to Vin.
Good luck.
True.
I heard that's Boss's grandfather.
Don't fill
True.
his head with knowledge. That's not my grandfather.
Not any less weird.
It is imperative I look at every single item, ever.
What's wrong?
Oh, it's nothing.
Bag alert.
Maybe this cave.
That sounds deep.
What? No way. More lore for boy band poster? No way.
I found out what that rug
Kick.
actually costs, by the way.
That's true. I confiscated it from a thief.
Are you allowed to do that?
Why you're here?
I
Why
thought
you're
you were
here?
on vacation.
Yeah, new labor laws. I'm supposed to be on break.
And why are you here?
Well, why not? I was bored, so I thought I'd come play.
This is supposed to be a place of business. Could you not play around in here?
What? This room is full of things to play with.
This is the boss
Is there
stim
something
toy
on my
room.
face?
Well,
There's an
Let
eye
me
patch.
guess. Eye patch?
Yeah.
Looks cool, doesn't it? I'm wearing the patch because Iva ran away from home.
That's not the whole story, though, is it, Dante? You tried to watch a VR video of bikini girls splitting watermelons at the beach.
I can't do this anymore. I am done being your partner.
So Iva left out of Dante's eye socket and ended up at my place.
so she's at your house right now?
No, she's working on a top secret mission.
What mission?
If I told you, it wouldn't be top secret.
My cat wanted attention. Is that a key? Did I miss that?
I saw the news last night. I talked to Boss earlier too, so a corpse suddenly appeared in the middle of... for some reason. Just the right half. Like it traveled through time and space.
Something tells me it traveled through time and space. I don't like broken clocks.
Advice? I only give advice when I'm drinking.
It's not even noon yet.
Who cares? I'm on vacation.
Well, I'm not.
Come on. My...
No, I'll just handle the...
What?
Nice and soft. It feels kind of soothing being here.
Anything to promote office wellness.
What are you talking about?
Well then, you won't mind if I join you?
Shut up.
I'm kidding.
Wanna see it again?
No. No, it made me go into a serious state of depersonalization.
What is it, Ryuki?
The QR code on that sign was shown during the live stream too.
Yeah, quite clearly.
That means it was seen by people around the world.
They say the ViewCube video and the link got several million views.
The account is already deleted, but you know how it is. People uploaded copies to other sites almost immediately.
That means the actual number of people who saw it is several times greater.
Anything strange happened since?
What do you mean?
Maybe a bunch of people being sent to the hospital after seeing the video or something.
No, I haven't heard any reports like that so far.
I see.
Like I said,
Right,
the
you
upload
can use
of the
app
original
normal.
video is unknown. I see a stupid looking
Audio.
like this.
Hey, I know that guy.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
You're trying to convince yourself, aren't you? Poor Ryuki, you're exhausted.
Yeah, I'll try.
You'll try. It's your duty to solve this case.
It's all right now, because I am here! Half might! Half for all! We are full-time heroes!
Ryuki?
You feeling okay?
Maybe we should have a doctor take a look at you.
Yeah, that's probably for the better.
I got it, Tama. You can close it. Tama, show me the news.
That's not how you ask for a fix.
I beg of you, Lady Tama.
How about this?
I said news, not nudes.
Oh yeah, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Tama. I'm an eyeball robot. Kinda. Inside me is an advanced autonomous artificial intelligence. I can comprehend, decide, and export. The key to all this is my core programming called the Wadget system. The Wadget system was developed by the American technology company Google. Google. The Japanese government bought this technology in secret and provided it to the police department of defense and top secret research facilities. Oh, look at this guy. Ryuki and my brain are connected wirelessly. The images I capture are sent to Ryuki, which lets him see them.
What?
You went to a host club in Kabukicho after the investigation, didn't you?
Who would do such a thing?
I mean, you usually do that.
I went straight home last night. I can't be out drinking every night. The kid would never let me hear the end of it.
You're the kid?
I'm sorry, your kid?
Yeah, my little girl. At least, I think she's a little girl. I didn't spot any dangly bits, so unless she says otherwise.
I had no idea you had a daughter, boss.
Neither did I.
I thought it was gonna be like a cat or something.
Why'd you keep that a secret all this time?
It wasn't a secret. No one asked. Yeah, entire country's been talking about it all day.
Not just Japan, but the whole world. A body sliced in half suddenly appeared in the middle of a broadcast? And then there was that weird QR code, too. I'd be surprised if it didn't go viral.
But how strange. There was a blackout before the corpse appeared, so why didn't the stream... It hasn't even been half a day. No new info for you. Jin's left half hasn't been found yet.
Why did his right half burst into flames like that?
We're still looking into it, but I was told they haven't recovered any mechanical or electrical pieces.
So, it wasn't a time bomb.
Do you think it could have been spontaneous combustion?
Who knows?
Okay then. Tama and I will continue the investigation.
Oh, wait. Before you go, there's one thing I want you to be careful about. Abyss is having issues with the communication network right now. Any data obtained by your AI ball can't be uploaded to the cloud.
Yeah, I can't do any backups right now. I can only save data inside my body's storage.
So we'll be in big trouble if you break.
Yes, any data saved from today on will be lost.
Understood. We'll be careful.
So, where do you plan on going first?
I thought we'd start by asking around for more info. I haven't been able to talk to the people who were at the scene much yet.
Mizuki, Iris, Moma, Chinpei, and Andy's Komeiji, the host.
Do you have their locations?
Yes, I've obtained each of their locations through the GPS on their smartphones. First, Mizuki is at a place called Matsushita Diner.
We're gonna see Ota!
Iris seems to be on the campus of Sekiba High.
Makes sense. She's a student there, after all.
He's at
Moma
work.
and Chinpei are at the Kumakura office.
Kumakura?
Right.
Yes,
Dragon and Lantern's place.
And finally, Komeiji. He seems to be on the rooftop amusement park at Misatan.
Misatan. That department store in Shinjuku?
Oh, so he's gonna be...
Investigation, Mr. Date?
I'm not gonna work on my day off. I'm not that bored.
Bored enough to come here.
There are many types of boredom. This is different.
Well, Ryuki, I'm counting on you.
Right. Leave it to me.
Tama, you take care of Ryuki, okay?
Always.
Okay. So we're gonna have to go into that guy's somnium, I suppose, right? I mean, since there is a somnium on a rooftop. So I'd imagine. So we'll do that one last then. And then I will end the stream, I suppose. Who is she? No hat? Ota no brim? Why do we have a booster chair?
This sucks.
I don't know who she is, but I'm gonna make fan art of her, I think.
I already talked my jaw off yesterday.
That was with the local detective, right? I haven't heard anything yet.
Big sis, perhaps you should help them?
Big sis.
Big sis?
That's what I said.
That's just what I call Mizuki.
Ah, and you're...
My name is Kizuna. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Hi, I'm from the Metropolitan Police...
Ryuki, right? You were on that quiz show last night.
I am indeed. How did you know?
You're wearing the uniform.
Your uniform?
Don't tell me you're a uniform buff, Ryuki. I didn't take you for a pervert.
Kizzy is good friends with Iris and Mame too. Oh, you don't know about Mame, do you?
Mame is the girl with the blue hair with the pink streak that worked at the diner, right?
Mame Doi's her full name. She attends
Doi.
Sekiba High like Kizzy and Iris.
Kizzy.
Iris and Mame belong to the same dance
Oh.
club as I. It was through them that I was introduced to Big Sis.
Imagine calling someone that's 4 years younger than you Big Sis. It's pretty funny. Where's your hat? Do you have a girlfriend? Are you gay?
Came out of nowhere? Of course I have one. You met her yesterday, right? Tessa. The girl named Iris Sagan.
They're dating, kid and real?
Ota, do you want me to rip your tongue out?
Oh, well, as long as we're on the subject. Are you going out with anyone, Kizzy?
Oh, me? Such relations with gentlemen are completely foreign to me.
Okay, so she's gay.
Are you into baby-faced guys that know how to cook?
No shame.
Oh, my type is so stereotypical that I am embarrassed to
Comp
admit
het.
it.
Comp het.
Someone like Prince Charming.
Comp het. Compulsory heterosexuality.
I yearn to be a princess. I hope my Prince Charming will appear before me with a glass slipper. That's my dream.
Glass slipper?
I hardly know her.
Ota? Who is that?
Well, he's a customer. He comes by a lot.
He's regular. She'll get the regular schmegular. Wait, their diner's open.
Well, in any case, I have a great affinity for shoes.
She's into feet?
My admiration of Princess Cinderella partially comes from that, I'm sure. Glass slippers. Isn't that so magical?
Why is the diner open again? Did they get... This was after the Cyclops killings. I'd imagine, right? That would explain why he's new and why no Iva, for this universe at least. I'm trying to piece together like what has actually happened in the canon lore, because if this is after, I don't remember the exact dates for everything that happened in the last game. So like I'd imagine this is like immediately after, but also it's like there were so many people that were there that there's no way that they just like didn't, there's no way that they don't know about the things that happened in the warehouse if this is the same universe, or timeline at least. I'm using universe and timeline interchangeably. I guess it'd be more accurate to say timeline. So I'm assuming that Seto Sojima got like caught, or at least they arrested Falcon, at least, or the guy with the brain, the murderer's brain, at least, whoever was inhabiting it. And so that would explain why Date has his body, which is actually Seto Sojima's body. So that would explain why that's that. So it would be a timeline where they didn't sync, but maybe 89 was still arrested somehow. So in that theory, they would still be arrested and the case would still be solved. However, that would mean that the explosion happened and Mizuki, Iris, Hitomi, Ota, and everyone else that was there would have somehow not witnessed it. So Iris would have, not Iris, Iva would have exploded somehow. No, she wouldn't have exploded then if they're going with the story that she hopped out of the socket and went somewhere else. But that could just be a story they made up to cover for what actually happened, because that would mean that Date would know what happened. think Date's absence for where he's at right now he's clearly been gone since the warehouse thing. So something happened and he is gone. So Date's physical form is... But if... I'm assuming that it means that Aiba did explode in Sojima's body. And that would explain the... I don't know. It's weird. I do have questions. I'm sure there's an explanation, but it's clearly a different timeline where slightly different things occurred, so I'm not sure what happened. I'd imagine that Aiba killed Sojima the killer, but not Date the brain. But I don't know what would have happened to Date after, considering the fact that he's been missing ever since, and also considering the fact that Mizuki has Aiba now, because the fact that she doesn't have her memories would line up still. I don't know. And that would also mean that whatever happened in the epilogue didn't happen here. So Mizuki was adopted by the guy, by Date. But I'm not sure about the canon of Iris also being adopted by him. I mean. So I don't know if Mizuki and Iris are actually siblings in this.
How lovely it would be to dance in them. Wouldn't it be hard to dance in glass slippers? That is true.
Booty? What rank do I like? Strawy. Strawy. Evaluation is no longer real. Check my evaluation by performing certain actions during the story. Achievements will be unlocked and my inspector rank will go up. Higher ranks earn better prizes. Got it. Determination. Wait for my dream, achieve enlightenment. I think the police identification thing that we saw was Date's. I think that's gotta be it. Profession 6th grader. female according to settings. Dislikes watermelon Christian VR videos. Entomology. Also, the canonical thing that happened during the warehouse is that Date was gone, but also she lost her eyeball somehow. So I'm not sure how that happened. Likes Date. Gay? Happy Pride Month, gamers. Collecting convertible marca. Highly educated rich boy hired right out of school. Lost his parents in a plane crash when he was young. Nagi took Mida treatment. He had been living with his younger brother until he too passed away when still in high school. Younger brother died. Who was his younger brother? Also, I think it's interesting that they call Date, like, which is by his last name, but they call Mizuki, even though if they're calling him Date, they would also theoretically be calling her Date, because that's her last name. I don't know, it's weird. Skills bondage, wax play, spanking. She's literally 0. Likes comedy, anything perverted, S&M. AE10D1F. Is that Iva? I don't know what that is. Dislikes dense people, dishonest people, bad liars. Hobbies, watching comedy videos, tanning, horse racing. Eyeball. Autonomous robot with an advanced AI. She's usually in the shape of an eyeball and resides in Ryuki's left eye socket. She assists Ryuki by gathering information, connecting to networks and databases, and using her X-ray and demographic functions. She's also got serious honkers. Kumehi. Yonaharu. Edna. Is it Edna? No, it would be Edna. Male, 46, 12th April, comedian, Ferris wheels, he likes Ferris wheels, things that spin, bow ties, family, dislikes Odin, super hot baths, electric shocks, spicy food, pie, hobbies, game commentary, short clips, missions, survival games, skills, quizzes, one-liners, self-proclaimed, a former quiz king turned comedian, his stage name is Anders Kumehi. Has made some TV appearances but isn't very successful, his money troubles led to a divorce from his wife. He now lives with his son, Shoma. Jin Furu. Birthday 29th of August, age 29. Business. The picture of him where he's cut in half. Oh no. Likes unknown, dislikes unknown, hobbies unknown, skills unknown. CEO of Music, Food Co., LTD, held high positions at various other enterprises. He was also a writer and had released some of his essays to the Medium. His right half was found at Studio Divita. Yeah, that's the right half. Is the left half gonna be in Mizuki's? Bless. That's a fun effect that it does on the pictures. Same description for a few years ago. 43. Age unknown. Isn't he like 40 something? Pretty sure he's 40 something. Hard-boiled eggs, punk kids, ghosts, pelvises, certain conditions. This special agent on a long break. Takes good care of Ryuki both at and outside of work. He is Mizuki's adoptive father. Okay, so he did not adopt Iris in this. Currently feuding with Iva. Gets along with Oda. Okay. Iris Saga. Did Hitomi die in the Somnium Files? No, right? No, she didn't die. She wouldn't have died, right? Because she was at the hospital after, right? Right? Yeah. Just like scary people. Runs really fast. I like how dancing is not one of her skills. Likes Puff Puff. Likes Gandhi. He is a man of chivalry. Watching ASET videos, collecting ASET merch. Dislikes old customs, unreasonable traditions. Skills shooting, sleight of hand, beatboxing. Leader of a Yakuza group trying to clean up their act. That being said, he's also connected to the criminal underbelly and has access to information that even the police don't know. Shinbi Wagai. 24. Likes ass. Erotic novels. His boss. Gay? Bisexual. Dislikes police, is big brother, animal cruelty. Former Kamakura. I'm gonna keep saying Kamakura just because I'm used to Danganronpa, which is unlucky. Hobbies, training dogs, video editing. He just like me? No, he likes ass. It's not like me. His birthday is close to mine though. Squinting really hard to see through censorship. Was once a Kumakura, but recently left the group. Jin Furry's body was found. He was sitting in the contestant seat with Moma, and then he left really quickly after it happened. Detective. Oh yeah, I read this. Could use cling wrap without messing it up. Hobbies, mobile games. He is known as the Melter. It's Kagami. Oh, his thing isn't covering his name anymore. Likes ear picks. Dandelions, afros. I just got a scam DM message. Hobbies, train surfing, extreme ironing. He was assigned to the case by Police HQ due to his impressive skills. Supposedly, he's really handsome under the mask. I think it's true. I think we saw his face in the last game. R.I.P. Brad Venable. Unlike Kagami, your name will never be forgotten. I don't know who that is. Maybe I won't forget the name, but I will forget him. I do like how they're color-coded. Ryuki. Hobbies drinking to oblivion. Oh, it's Ace. How's it going? Your game glitched right at the end. Aww. Welcome back. It's going alright. Skills, parkour, gun fu. Severely emotionally scarred from the case 6 years ago. He was already mentally unstable, but it got worse. Supposedly he knows something important about the case. Ace, I feel like you would really like Tama. Multiples of 16. He plays Minecraft. Chairs. Tokoroten. Dislikes bugs. Cats. Conservatives. Cyclops. Playing with machines, collecting dojins, playing pretend magical girl. Skills, building models, imitating vuvuzelas. Vuvuzelas? I don't know what that is. Look at her doing Tama. Okay, there's a certain mode in this game that you will like. I will pull it up in a second. Got his clothes off E-Harbor. Dislikes threats. Yeah, see, that was what I was talking about, the name. Except in this one, the hobbies are in lowercase. But in the other one, they are in uppercase. Or they're capitalized. Vuvuzuela is an instrument? Okay. Gotcha. But yeah, there is a mode in this that I think you would like. That's so funny. Yeah, it wasn't covering it in the other. I put her in a hot dog suit, so that's why she's going to be in a hot dog suit with a shark hat in a second. But you can play dress up with her, and I feel like you would probably like her other outfits. Costumes are now available for previously cleared scenes. Cosplay is good too. Hello. Okay. You don't like the suit, never mind.
Come, I will be your opponent.
No, don't worry, the other outfits are probably more your taste. Got this one.
White part, you can paint it whatever color you want.
I like the hot dog suit. That's just personal preference, though.
This is the face I make when Ryuki blows his nose with a 10,000 yen note. This is how the four of them reacted when they found out Abyss is getting a finished sauna.
So, like, how evil is she? Because, goddamn. I don't know.
This makes me feel like summer is coming to an end.
This is her default outfit.
Come.
Oh, not this. This is. She's got the pointy. I'm glad you're enjoying.
This white part, you can paint it whatever color you want. Come.
She is extremely horny. I'll put her back in her default outfit. I can also change her hat. I do like the shark though. I can get her this.
It's a mask that makes you want to run a death game for 9 people.
Which is from It's a zero escape. Along with the line, come to fight me.
Shark movies aren't really horror. Yeah, looks good.
This is her default hat.
Shark.
Oh, this is, yeah, this is the default outfit.
Good.
Wait, her feet are showing. Why is she on her tiptoes? Why is she standing like that, actually? You want me to put the zombie makeup? Oh right, I can inspect closer. Which, by closer, it means it doesn't move it closer or anything. Built-in heels. She is an AI, so I guess it's like, she's not real. She's like an iBot. I can zoom in slightly. I don't know how close it'll let me go, actually. It's not Iba, it's just a different version of Iba. She's a different Iba. There is just a regular Iba, but she's Tama, which is a different AI, personality and all that. I guess it'll let me go as close as I want, because goddamn. Yeah. Getting a real good look at these knees.
Hey, caught you staring.
I did not mean to. I'm going over here. I wanted to go more up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. She called me out. I wasn't even thinking about it, I swear. I do like the makeup. I didn't realize how detailed it was. Does it change her eye colors? Because I think her eye color is red? I don't know her actual eye color. You're foamy at the mouth? Okay. Here, I'll move it down for you. I'm literally just looking at the makeup. No, I'm not. Now I am. It won't let me rotate it. Oh wait, it is. It's just really slow. I looked at the makeup and then I stopped looking at it and then I said it. Oh, her whole back is out. Also, why does her hair just like... Why is it several feet away from her? Two body pillows. For content. So first that requires you removing your left eye. Oh wait, what are your poses? Oh wait. Small price to pay. That's a Nagito Komaeda pose. Just so you know. That's a Nagito pose. That pose is vaguely... It vaguely resembles the Kokichi pose where he's like this. I don't know. Maybe you can do that as Raiki, but I don't know. We do play as her partner. Here, I'm gonna grab some food real quick, but I'll leave it on this screen for you, Ace. Oh no, my headphones. I'm back, I have food. But it's okay, we play as the partner. Not Mizuki, it's for the other protagonist, Ryuki. I have slices of cheese, because I wanted one. 2, actually. Okay.
Worried about health?
I can't hear.
Should I even ask about anything? I guess that's possible. Then tell me.
I have the wrong earbud in. That's why.
I see. Got it.
I hope in canon I just didn't say anything just now.
Go to the hospital first thing tomorrow. I can't help you with that.
Maybe I should turn off my flashlight. I should probably save. $795 eyeballs. God damn. Fair enough. Date. 1,000 eyeballs as a reward. Got it. I'm like super hungry right now. I do a little snacking on camera. Done. Currently the #1 job elementary school children want to do when they grow up. Yeah. I love that the video buffers in here too. It's just like real YouTube.
are you Mr. Ota Matsushita?
Oh, you heard of me? Did you talk to Date or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Ota is 24. 1 year older than me.
Yeah, that's why I'm being polite.
Would he not be polite otherwise?
Nah.
Ota handles the cooking, serving, and accounting all by himself.
That's right.
Tama, are there any legal issues with this?
Not at all.
What happened to his grandma?
His mother, Mayumi Matsushita, holds the proper certification for food hygiene.
Mr. Matsushita, can I ask where your mother is?
Probably in the living room back there.
Oh, okay, good.
I guess she's sitting at the kotatsu watching TV or something.
Matsushita Diner was closed for a long time. It recently reopened. They got decent customer traffic and make a pretty good amount of money. Nice. Good for them.
Man, that was crazy. I said it before, but I was watching that stream live. I heard Tessa and Mizuki were gonna be on that show, right? And that body appeared out of nowhere. Man, I couldn't believe what I saw. Speaking of crazy, that ViewCube video.
You saw it?
No, not the whole thing. Too scary. I saw the one before, though.
The one before?
You don't know? I think it was about half a year ago. A video similar to that one went viral. Everyone was talking about it online.
Ah, I know of that one as well. The mysterious video known as Bats 490, correct?
Yup. There was some kind of code hidden in it, too.
According to the rumors, whoever deciphers it will learn the secret of the world.
Secret of the world? Did a grade schooler come up with that or something?
You're a grade schooler yourself, by the way.
That was the stuff with the ARG they made.
Bats flying around.
Oh.
Guess that's where the bats part comes from. I don't know what the 490 means, though.
Were you able to decode it?
No way. I had no idea what it meant.
Well, it's not like solving it would have been a big deal. I'll bet that secret of the world stuff is bogus anyway.
Don't ruin the fantasy, Mizuki.
I'm just telling it
But
like
yeah,
it
that was
is.
that whole ARG
It's
thing
just
that they
an
were
ARG.
doing
It's a game
on
for
Twitter
kids.
a few months ago.
ARG means Alternate Reality Game. The Game Master releases mysterious information to the public via the internet, leaflets, posters, stuff like that. Players decode the information to discover a location or objective that moves the game forward.
I don't know anything about the ARG. I get notifications for it every day though from the Somnium server that I'm in. The goal of an ARG varies. If someone beats it, they might get a prize. But most times, it's just a prank. Oftentimes, the main objective is simply to solve the mystery. Sometimes they're even used as a marketing tool. ARG are progressed by an undefined number of players working together, mainly online. Due to this, it has high potential to spread fast. That makes it very helpful when marketing content. Interesting.
Chef's choice salad.
I guess it's up to
Whatever he wants to make. I forgot that I can just move it like this.
Pardon me, but may I ask your name?
Maybe you shouldn't talk to that guy. He seems pretty drunk.
He's drinking non-alcoholic beer.
What do you want, jerk?
I was not aware you could get drunk from non-alcoholic beverages.
You can't.
It's all right now, because I am here.
Shut up.
How are you, young boy?
Guess he's not doing too good.
What are you doing?
Haven't you heard? If you meow at a lucky...
I see.
Yes, and I certainly do. However, I am not very good at it.
That's not true. You've even won a dancing competition before.
That was nothing more than a fluke. Iris is a far better dancer.
That doesn't mean you can't also be good. She looks... Maybe it's just the hat, but she looks like, the design for the young
Just sensed a
Hitomi.
certain elegance to Mizuki that was characteristic of an older sister.
Is that a compliment?
Tama, how old is Kizuna?
18, same as Iris. They're in their 3rd year, so they're graduating soon. In other words, Mizuki is a whole 6 years younger than Kizuna.
I was watching that quiz show live as well. And goodness, I couldn't believe it. That corpse suddenly appeared on the screen. I couldn't sleep last night from the shock of it all. I was worried about Big Sis and Iris as well.
Yeah, you called me a bunch, I remember.
You witnessed the corpse with your own eyes, did you not? Are you certain you're okay?
I'm totally fine.
Your mental fortitude is admirable.
She
I've
did
been
have
through
to
a lot
see...
is all.
Yeah. She did have to see the corpses of both her parents in, like, the same week.
Huh. And?
I mean, Mr. Date is like your foster father, so
More than
I
foster
thought I'd let you
father.
know just in case.
Foster father? I'm the one taking care of him.
True.
I'm paying the rent, and utility bills too.
Oh, I know of Mr. Date as well. He is quite close with Iris, so I have the honor of being on friendly terms with him as well.
Today is February 11th, National Foundation Day.
Oh yeah, it is. So why are you here?
Why else? To eat some of Ota's cooking. I brought my friend Kizzy with me.
And I appreciate your business.
Iris had an offer to appear on the show. So she was asked to bring another talent from Lemniscate, but no one could make it, so I decided to go instead. As the president of Lemniscate, I couldn't just turn it down.
President? Aren't you 12?
It's a long story. I ended up taking over the company after Daddy.
Lemniscate was established by Renju Okiura, but is currently run by his daughter, Mizuki, for certain reasons. Iris is a talent there, and mainly works as a net idol who releases stuff online. Iris's talent name is Aset, and her fans call her Tessa.
Sorry, but I don't know anything. I just went on the show like Iris asked, and then a body showed up out of nowhere. I've heard about Jin Furue, but it's not like I knew him personally. Sorry, I can't really help. Hey, Kizzy, I want to see you dance.
Where did this come from?
I want to see too.
Don't you want to see too, Ryuki?
Oh, Yeah.
No, I've gotta see this.
Then I'll play some music. Just a sec.
Wait, I have not agreed to anything yet.
New dance dropped. Oh no!
Squeezes out my frustration, and now I'm taking heat in the classroom. Oh well, I'll eat some donuts in the bathroom. Now I hear my friend got herself a boyfriend. They're going out for barbecue on the weekend. I see all of their smiles in their pics online. Wait, why is that making me cry? Oh my Prince Charming, where can I find you? How do I remind you of the dream we share? But dreams are just for dreamers, lonely hearts and schemers. I've got to break the chains of fate on my own. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Lonely girls across the world, let's wake up and fight. Worlds apart with beating hearts, unite the light through the night. If the boys want to reach us, they'll have to keep up. Without you, I am lonely. I need to be home.
So she's gonna be the next victim then, I guess.
I know your name. You're Kizuna, aren't you? I heard you introducing yourself earlier. My name's Lian Twining, and I'm 22 years old. My father's American, and my mother's Japanese. So, Kizuna, I want you to marry me.
Huh?
No, I'm not okay. My heart feels like a jackhammer, like it's gonna burst out of my chest any second. Actually, I got fired yesterday. I didn't feel like doing anything after I woke up this morning. I came here so I could drink my problems away.
But you were drinking non-alcoholic beer.
I can still get drunk off of them, okay?
What job did you get fired from?
I was a bank clerk.
What were you really?
I don't like talking about it, but I was a janitor.
I think that is a noble job.
You're so right! But unfortunately, my job was taken from me. I have zero motivation to do anything now. Hard work just seems so pointless.
I dislike people who don't work hard.
All right. I'm hitting up the employment office tomorrow.
This guy has a rather one-track mind.
He doesn't seem all that bad, though.
Gayuki's
Of course
into
this
it.
isn't a joke. Even a dance purified my heart. There was so much darkness building inside me, but she cleared it all away. It felt like I went straight to heaven. I've always wanted to be a pilot since I was little. It was my dream to fly through the sky. Kizuna made that dream come true for me, seeing her dance. So, I've decided, I'm gonna marry her! Won't you marry me, Kizuna?
No, thank you.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
No, thank you.
Is your
pretend I
backpack
didn't
an
hear that
anatomical
either.
heart?
No, thank you.
Anyway, I won't give up. My motto is, if at first you don't succeed, try and fail again!
I think you mean try again. Now, we haven't obtained much.
Yeah, let's go. Iris, how are you feeling? Still upset about last night?
I'm okay. I recover pretty quick from these things. See? I'm bouncing right back. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy bunny!
Ryuki, would you mind hitting her with a German suplex?
Later. By the way, you're...
That's Mame. She's one of my best friends. Nice to meet you. My name is Amame Doi. I'm a third year at Sakiba High, and I'm in the same dance club as Iris. I'm a super hyper cutie miracle beauty.
Ryuki, I think we should leave.
Hold on. So you're the one I heard about. Mizuki and Kizuna told me about you earlier.
Huh. You just pictured me in a leotard, didn't you?
No?
Oh, it's a pervert! Somebody call the police!
I am the police.
Oh, come to think of it, you were on the quiz show last night, weren't you? Your name started with an R, I think.
Yeah.
Mr. Rero Karo, was it?
It's Ryuki!
I see. Mr. Ryuki Rerotaro. You could say I'm a part-timer. It's just me and my mom back home, so money's tight. I don't have time to go to college or a specialty school. But Mommy is so smart! She always has the best grades, even though she doesn't go to class much. I've been busy with my part-time job and dance practice.
Where do you work?
I work as a mermaid at a gaudy maid cafe called Sunfish Pocket. Mermaids are what they call the maids that work there. They wear these cute mermaid outfits as they serve the customers? I know because I used to work at Sunfish Pocket a long time ago. Mommy works there at night after dance practice. Don't tell anyone, but till about 11.
Even when you were 17.
Yes, ever since I was 16.
That's a violation of Article 61 of the Labor Standards Act. Though it would be the employer who would be penalized.
I lied to the manager about my age. So according to my profile, I'm 20 years old right now.
Labor Standards. Article 61 declares that you cannot employ anyone younger than 18 from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
This is an all-girls, so it's not.
I do not.
You know about the internet. I was watching the live stream of that quiz show. I don't think there's anyone from our generation that does. He's famous for used to write a bunch of used to start up stupid internet drama.
Mommy has a pretty sharp.
His main job was being the CEO of Music Food. I guess that's like the president of the company? I think I read an article online that said he started the business when he was 22.
But his history before then is shrouded in mystery. And no one knows anything about his childhood, right?
Yeah, he was a pretty mysterious figure.
Oh shit. Music Food is a subscription music service and mainly focuses on Japanese music, so it's not a widely known service worldwide, but they do have 10 million subscribers, so I'm sure they make good profit.
Whoa! Mommy turned into a skeleton!
It's an X-ray. Anyway, the girl does have some nice femurs. I'd love to get inside those for a taste of the marrow.
What is wrong with you?
You know, today is February 11th? National Foundation Day.
Oh, right. Then why are you at school?
Well, how do I put this? I just felt compelled.
I can only wear this uniform and attend this school for about another month or so.
So I invited Mame, and we just kind of ended up here.
Iris and Amame are third years. They'll be graduating soon.
Clickety clack, clickety clack. I boiled a potato and my socks in a sack.
Mr. Ryuki.
Are you okay?
The song Ryuki was just singing was German Soup Socks, I think. And I got an achievement for that.
Mizuki didn't tell you?
She did, but I want to double check, just in case.
The agency I belong to, Lemniscape, received a request for me to appear. They wanted me and one more person to participate as a pair. But we couldn't find anyone with an opening in their schedule. And that's why Mizuki ended up going instead. I'm sorry, I don't know any. It did feel like some sort of
Paranormal.
like I mentioned last night. Maybe that body teleported here from some other world. The other half could have been absorbed into some dimension, and that split the body in two. Speaking of which, there are rumors that people who watched that video and disappeared could have also been swallowed into another dimension.
Iris is sitting right.
Leering at an 18-year-old.
I was not leering.
That QR code video, a similar video went viral about half a year ago. The Bats 490 video. Supposedly people who saw it suddenly vanished.
That's 490. Kizuno mentioned the same thing.
So, they say those who went missing were taken into another dimension. Yes, so did I.
But you two haven't disappeared.
That's because we haven't decoded it. There's a code hidden inside Bats 490. They say the code reveals a specific location. You have to go there to get taken into another dimension. And the people who decrypted the code all said the same thing before vanishing. I've learned the secret of the world. But no one knows what that secret is. Yanni, I told you to wait for me at the gate, didn't I?
Yeah, but I got here a bit early.
His name is Gen Ishiagane. He's the owner of the fusion restaurant Ramen in Golden Yokocho. No, I'm sure you already know that.
Yeah, I've been there many times. But why is Gen here?
Ah, if it isn't Mr. Ryuki. Are you here to investigate that case by any chance?
Yes, I was talking to Iris about it.
I also watched the quiz show last night. Several people I know were on it. I drove here to pick up Amame and Iris. I need them to help out at work tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry, Genny. Something came up.
Oh, I see.
I'm free, though. I can still help.
That'd be great.
You two are close with Gen, huh?
Yeah, we're just a big ol' happy threesome.
That was a weird way to phrase it.
Amame visited Ramen a lot, even back when it was in Yotsuya.
Once it moved to Golden Yokocho, I took Iris there. You've been to ramen too, Mr. Ryuki?
Of course. I've been there several times. Mr. Date took me there.
Mr. Date? So you must know Mr. Date too, Genny.
I've known him for a long time. We're so close, we've seen each other's buttholes.
Wow, what a small world.
Is she really going to ignore the butt part?
Oh, are you asking because I'm wearing this mask? It was fine. The security for this school is practically non-existent. There are tons of places on the grounds without any fences or security cameras.
So you didn't walk in through the front gate?
I couldn't have, dressed like this. A guard would have stopped me. You're more than welcome to visit anytime.
Genny's cooking is amazing. Everything he makes is so good. Personally, I think his place and Matsushita Diner are competing for the #1 spot.
Come on now, don't compare my restaurant with a place like that. The cooking there was superb when Takiro was still the man behind the chef's knife. But now it's his son Ota running things. He doesn't know the first thing about cooking. His dishes are missing the most important condiment.
Love.
Well, I think we got enough info here for now. Ryuki, wanna get going?
Sounds good.
Wait, you're
the director of that quiz show?
You got a problem with that?
No, but...
I told you, he got out. He's making an honest living as a civilian these days. Ain't that right?
That's right, boss.
Stop calling me that. You're not a member of the gang anymore.
A dragon with a...
I actually used to attend a vocational school to learn about film. I wanted to be a porn director. I used the connections I got there to reach out to a production company for online shows. Then I was promoted to director right away. Supposedly, the last director ran away, so they really needed me to take his place. We didn't have enough people. The quiz show needed 3 teams of 2 to answer questions. We tried hard, but couldn't get together that last team. I had no choice but to participate myself, so I invited the boss to go with me.
And MoMA agreed to participate?
Well, you know, it was a request from one of my precious underlings, after all.
I convinced him by saying Tessa would be there too. Then he agreed right away. My girl has a baby on the way right now, so we decided to get married, but her parents wouldn't approve of it. Said they wouldn't let. I agonized over the decision, so much that I could only eat 2 slices of pizza instead of the usual 3.
True.
What a man has to do, what a man has to do, right? So I made up my mind to talk to the boss about it, but before I could,
Oh, I get it. Then I'll try asking him for you.
And MoMA listened to Iris.
What? I didn't have any ulterior motives.
No dating apps allowed.
An ashtray? It's like a Yakuza den in here.
That's exactly what it is.
Help! I've been flattened!
Did you just hear something?
No, nothing.
Oh, just so you know, that thing's fake. It's not a real tiger. Do, re, mi, so far.
I hacked into it. There are a ton of videos of salmon laying eggs in there.
I don't... We all have our own
Sorry, I haven't found anything that might be a lead.
What about the rest of the staff?
They'll probably tell you the same thing.
The detectives from HQ have already questioned the rest of the staff. Your report is uploaded on the database. 0 clues. There isn't any information that could help us at all.
I wouldn't know anything about the others. I already turned in the list of contestants to the cops. Why don't you try hitting them?
The other detectives already took care of that a while back. No clues there either.
I came to say thanks to the boss for yesterday. I was thinking of going to Akiba. This place is on the way.
Why Akiba?
Well, I need to stop by a maid cafe.
Maid cafe?
Yeah, it's called Sunfish Pocket. My girlfriend works there.
Yeah, I didn't take his finger or anything. We're not doing any of that outdated cutting off your finger deal.
After all, the Kumakuras are a gang with morals.
Sounds like an oxymoron. Like a vegan zombie.
Didn't he just say so earlier? It is what it is. I'm pissed about that co-appearance was like a dream come true. The whole show was. I'd love to get my hands on the.
A dream come true?
The boss and Tessa got to.
Shut it! Anyway, I'd love to help, but unfortunately, I don't know what to tell you.
Did you see any suspicious people hanging around the studio, for example?
Suspicious people. I guess the only one who comes to mind is Kameiji.
Kameiji? You mean...
Yeah, Andy's Kameiji, the host. Supposedly he has connection to the Yakuza. I'm not talking about our group, of course. It's just something I heard at a meeting with the street bosses. Word is he's involved in some dangerous transactions. Though that might not have anything to do with last night.
Kameiji has connections with the Yakuza? Could it be true?
Let's figure that out later. You need to gather intel.
Got it. Then let's go somewhere else.
Oh no. Oh no, a carnival. Oh no.
Shoma, my little boy, he's in elementary school. One day I wake up, go to the bathroom mirror, and I have writing on my forehead. It must have been Shoma. He had been learning letters in school recently. Anyway, he writes, Death
Butthead.
Tub. And I'm thinking,
Butthead.
Death Tub? Is that what he meant? Is he trying to tell me something? Then Shoma saw my face and started busting out laughing. And I was thinking, what's so funny? That's when I realized, when you see Death Tub in the mirror... God of energy, Inti, Pachaka Max! Another story about Shoma. One day I got a call from school and a rather heavy-set vice principal told me, Your Shoma called me a pig of all things! I apologized, then gave Shoma a talking to. Listen here, Shoma. Don't you ever call the vice principal that again. He said, Okay, I won't call the vice principal a pig anymore, but it's okay if I call a pig vice principal, right? I say, sure, why not? So then as the kid is leaving, he says, I'm sorry, can I go play with my friends now, vice principal? God of energy, Inti, Pachaka Max!
Are you finished?
Well, you're the only one here. You're Mr. Ryuki from the Metropolitan Police Department, right? You came here to talk about what happened?
Yes.
Then let's go somewhere else to talk. You prefer someplace quieter, right?
Wait, the Ferris wheel?
Well, why not?
Alone with a middle-aged man in an enclosed space? This is not what I had in mind.
I love Ferris wheels. I like anything that continuously spins around, actually. Plane propellers, washing machines, the beds at love hotels.
There used to be rotating beds at love hotels a long time ago.
How do you know that?
Just like life, isn't it? With its ups and downs. We rotate around the same places over and over.
Well, the beds at love hotels don't go up and down, though. Although, I guess they do, in a way.
A boy is just like me, you know?
Square in the head.
You mentioned him on stage earlier.
Yes, he really loves this Ferris wheel too. He's almost in middle school and he still comes here by himself all the time. He talks like he's all grown up, but he's still a kid inside.
I wonder if he knows music.
With your love of Ferris wheels, I'd say you're still a kid on the inside too.
You got a point there. You're probably right. He's right in the middle of his rebellious stage, so he's been a handful. His mother hasn't been around about 3 years now.
Was it a divorce?
Yeah. She got sick of me and left the house.
I'll be right back, gamers. almost just died. Hi, baby. Okay. I think we're gonna finish this scene, and then I'm gonna dip. Because TBH, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours.
Does this have to do with the Yakuza by any chance?
What? Where in the world did that come from?
Just something I heard. That you have gang connections.
That's complete nonsense. I'm just an ordinary comedian.
Well, even if it was true, he wouldn't just admit it.
You know I'm a comedian now, but when I was in my early 20s, I was working as a regular company employee. I appeared on several quiz shows on the side and ended up winning first place many times.
Komeiji was famous as a quiz king ever since he was a student. He even had worshippers who lauded him as the quiz god.
Thinking back, that may have been the peak of my life. Adored wherever I went, everyone buying me all sorts of things. Maybe I shouldn't have taken advantage of the situation like I did. I was so enamored by the glamorous celebrity life. I've always loved comedy, so I strived to become a comedian. But after that, well, it's just as you saw on that stage.
I wonder why there wasn't an audience. It was so funny.
I haven't told you yet, have I? The producer for that show knew about me from my Quiz King days. He thought I could tell all sorts of anecdotes and gave me an offer to host the show. Right. Sorry for calling you Team Popo back then. It was in the script. Didn't really have a choice.
By the way, Iris and Mizuki were called Team Loveless Gate, and Moma and Chimpe were called Team Yakuza.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what happened. I was just invited there and hosted the show as requested. Then that body suddenly appeared.
Did you know Jin, the victim?
I've never met him. I do know he was hated for his extreme narcissism and ego. If I had to guess, the motive was probably a grudge. Someone must have had a grudge against him and did that.
Imagine hating someone so much you split them across time and space.
Does it?
A little.
A lot is more like it. Komeiji's blood alcohol level is 0.12%, the early stages of inebriation.
I just couldn't get over what happened last night and ended up drinking too much. I wanted to forget about everything. I had to try. Oh, this? It's my one and only stage outfit. This sharp little bow tie is the highlight. My boy bought it for me last year.
Bow ties are somewhat unusual. Traditional ties are more common.
But you weren't wearing that tie last night, were you?
I wasn't. I tend to take it off or put it on based on how I'm feeling.
Do you come to the stage a lot?
Yeah, the owner of the Misaton department store took a liking to me. He's given me the opportunity to appear several times now.
Something's weird about its tie.
Sorry I couldn't help, Mr. Ryuki. I wish you luck with the investigation. Now, if you'll
True.
You're going back to Abyss?
Yeah. I want to reorganize the information I have so far.
Why am I driving?
Why don't you just do it in this limousine?
Oh, right. I guess I could.
Essence of the Sutra of Great Wisdom, which permits us to go further. The Bodhisattva of the true freedom through the deep practice of the Great Wisdom. O Sariputra, phenomena are no different to emptiness. Emptiness is no different to phenomena. Phenomena return to emptiness. Emptiness becomes phenomena. This incomparable mantra tells us, on, together, further than beyond, to the shore of Satori.
Shut up! Stop shouting!
But you surprised me. I thought that the ghost of an S&M pervert with a police uniform fetish who died in a tanning booth had come to haunt me.
Haven't I showed you this body many times over the past 6 months?
I'm still not used to it. Your body is semi-transparent, and I can only see you in the left side of my vision. So, why did you come out?
I thought it would be easier to talk to you this way. Honestly, it reeks of bad taste. Makes me want to puke just looking at it.
Keep talking like that, and I'll throw you out the window.
Then you'd be a goner too. I'm the one driving this car, you know. Why don't you take the leap and buy a different car?
Right now, I'm using the car
This car is all I
camera
have
to
of my
steer the car
Your parents passed
remotely.
away, didn't they?
I, of course,
Yeah,
control
in an
the
airplane crash
gas
when I was
and
young.
brakes.
From then on, I was living
send
with my younger
signals
brother.
electronically.
But 6 years ago,
It's technically
he also-
a self-driving car.
Isn't that what you're investigating for?
yeah, but remember what Mr. Date and Iris said?
For some reason, just the right half. I could travel through time and space.
Maybe that body teleported here from some other world. The other half could have been absorbed into some other dimension. And that split the body in two.
Don't tell me you believe that.
No, just for some reason it's stuck in my head.
There isn't much useful information to sort out in the first place. If I had to say one thing, it would be the ViewCube video and that QR code link. By the way, I'm going to cut down on the word salad and call it QR video from now on. The teeny bit of information we got from that QR video is pretty much all we have.
You don't know?
See,
I
now
think
he
it was
wears a
about
hat.
half a year ago. A video similar to that one went viral. Everyone was talking about it online.
The mysterious video known as Bats 490, correct? There's a code hidden inside Bats 490. They say the code reveals a specific location.
Everyone who visits that place is said to have gone missing. They all left behind the same message. I've learned the secret of the world. Hey, Tama. Is Bats 490 still up anywhere on the internet?
I looked it up. Here it is.
have no idea what it's supposed to.
They say there's a hidden message inside, but I can't even tell where we're supposed to look.
What to Coopers?
Same as the QR video. It was originally uploaded to ViewCube, then it spread from there. The account holder is unknown.
In any case, Bats 490 is the only lead we have right now. If we can figure it out, maybe it'll lead to the QR video.
Ryuki, you have a call. It's from Mizuki.
Mizuki?
I'm connecting her.
Oh, Ryuki? I got your number from Boss.
What is it?
I remembered something about Bats 490. I thought maybe it could lead to a clue.
What did you remember?
Someone in my class at school actually figured it out. He decoded the hidden message in Bats 490.
He did?
His name is Shoma Enda. He might know something, so I would go find him. Anyway, see ya.
That's the guy's son.
Shoma. Isn't that?
Andy's Komeji's.
Why is his house wiggling?
Shoma,
Oh, he's got his
you know what
headphones
happened last night, right? The QR code displayed on that sign. There was a link in it leading to a video. We're calling it the QR video. I wanted to talk to you about it. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? What are you making? Don't tell me it's a bomb.
What did you say?
It's old. Looks like a memento.
What is that on top?
Looks like earthenware. Maybe.
It's a CRT TV. But do you think it can pick up digital broadcasts?
It could, with a dedicated tuner.
Is this a poem written by Komeiji? It says, "It's okay to fall off the horse. You're a saddle after all." Wait, this was supposed to be touching? You laugh more often than you break.
A picture of Ame no Uzume. Supposedly, she is the goddess of entertainment and laughter. It's Ada Rooster.
Ada Rooster?
It's a character.
I heard you went to the same elementary school as Mizuki? She's actually the one who told me about you. Just to confirm, your father is Andes Komeiji, and his real name is Yoneharu Enda. Is that right?
Enda.
You know about the video called Bats 490, right? I have a feeling it's related to... You solved the code in Bats 4 and it showed you a certain location. Am I right?
He's completely ignoring you.
Maybe because he's wearing headphones.
No, that's not it. There's no sound coming from them. Chastity belt on his heart must be locked tightly.
What kind of metaphor is that?
You won't be able to see his uvula unless you open that lock.
So what you mean is, he probably won't speak unless you can find the key to his heart, I'm guessing.
There might be a key somewhere in this room. Let's find it.
A key to open the lock. That robot is so... God, please help.
You can help yourself.
Ding! Yes, Shoma! What? Mr. Komeiji used to be amazing. Oh, but he still is, of course. Do you want to watch TV together? What is that?
Eggman.
It looks like a robot. I tried searching, but it looks like it's not...
A homemade robot, huh? Hey, Shoma. Would you mind showing me the robot in your closet?
Huh? How do you know about that?
Oh, well,
Tell him you heard it from Komeiji.
Right. I heard about it from Mr. Komeiji.
From my dad?
That's right.
Okay then. Just for a bit, okay?
Yo.
You made that?
Yeah. I call it Robata.
All by yourself?
Uh-huh. There's a junk shop in Akiba. I got all the parts there. This robot only has one tire. It uses a gyro to keep its balance. Fine-tuning it is really hard.
That's really amazing. I can't believe a grade schooler made a robot all by himself. A genius like you must be 1 in 100 million.
No, I'm not that special.
Looks like the lock has opened.
Looks like it.
One of the parts for Robata, the robot running around. I want to upgrade it. I'm trying to make it so it can carry my weight. I put them on so I can concentrate better.
But you're not listening to music, are you?
I only turn on the noise canceling. She's just a classmate. We're not friends or anything. I don't talk to her much.
Do you wish you could talk to her more?
No. Of course not.
Even though she's cute?
That Uggo? She's not cute at all.
This temperature is rising. That was clearly a lie.
Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah. Andy's Komeiji is my dad. Sorry. I don't really want to talk about him.
Why not?
Well, because... Why does it matter?
True.
Now, I think it's about time we get back to why I'm here.
I solved it.
Hmm?
The BATS 490 code. I solved it.
How?
I have to go soon, so I'll tell you the short version.
That's fine. Please just tell me. The video's hidden message pointed to a certain location, right?
Yeah.
And where is that?
Horodori Lab. The Horodori Institute of Genetics.
I heard about it last night on the news.
Oh, big brain.
Truly unprecedented. What a mysterious case. I am Chikara Horodori, the director of this research institute.
Out. God damn.
He hasn't retired yet. His 60th birthday was last year.
This place is incredible. Oh my god. God damn. Okay. I'm gonna close the game and stream here. Go to bed because I do have to be at work in like 1 hour. So it's probably a good idea for me to dip. Thank you for joining me today. If you hopped in or if you're watching the VOD, it's appreciated no matter where you're from, where you're going, you know. So I will see y'all on the flip side.